Yes, hello to everyone once again. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good day, good night, greetings from wherever you're watching in the world. And once again, as always, we are providing you coverage of the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup. And today's match is, of course, a cracker. A top-of-the-table clash in Group B between England and the West Indies, live from Lord's. So Lord's gets to have its first match of the tournament played over there. And obviously, it was in the headlines for the wrong reasons, basically used for the men's test between England and New Zealand, and the pitch was not given a good rating. It remains to be seen if the pitch has improved since then, but the expectations are that it will be, of course, conducive to swing and seam bowling, which is why, upon winning the toss, Hayley Matthews, the West Indian captain, had no hesitation in opting to field first. So England's openers, Danny White, Hodge and Amy Jones, will be expected to really do a lot of work in terms of making sure they keep their wickets intact. And certainly the West Indian bowlers are going to have a bit of a role to play. But ironically, it's been the spinners that have done most of the damage for the West Indies. The likes of Hayley Matthews and, of course, Athy Fletcher, the leg spinner, and Karishma Ramharak, who, like Matthews, is an off-spinner too. And the seamers haven't really found that much in terms of joy in comparison, while England obviously can boast the likes of Lauren Bell and Freya Kemp, who've certainly picked up their share of wickets, although Bell really herself has not done herself justice. You just know that she is more than capable of some early blows, and Freya Kemp, the left-arm seamer, has also been in amongst the wickets. In fact, this entire tournament has seen the spinners more often than not, really hold sway. And of course, a key bowler will be Alia Lane, who's actually a seamer for the West Indies. And we see the trophy being brought out there. And of course, there's a gentleman representing UNICEF in conjunction with that, of course, and I will just give you full details of that. Yes, this is, of course, an article from Cricinfo, which I am going to share with you for now. Add to the stage. Yes, it is. So, UNICEF to take over Lord's when England play the West Indies. And so the ICC, UNICEF UK and the ECB will host a special matchday takeover at Lord's when England and the West Indies play today. And this will be to raise funds and awareness for UNICEF's projects for supporting children around the world. Nabhan Rizwan has just walked out right now, along with former England cricketer Isha Guha with the World Cup trophy. And he says, as a huge cricket fan, I can't wait to see them play, during which fans will also be able to donate to support UNICEF's work for every child. And the activation will also support UNICEF UK's Making Childhood Unstoppable initiative. The ICC saying that this T20 World Cup will be a powerful platform to bring people together, and this matchday takeover at Lord's is an opportunity to support UNICEF's life-changing work for children around the world. So through Cricket for Good, our partnership with UNICEF continues to show how cricket can create an impact beyond the boundary. And we hope that fans at Lord's and those watching globally will get behind this cause on the 24th of June, which is, of course, today. And, of course, this game definitely has a lot riding on it because both teams, of course, are unbeaten. And the winner of this game will qualify for the semi-finals and potentially top Group B. The loser will have to wait until the last round of fixtures to secure the 2 points they would need. But again, whichever team loses will also have to be very careful they do not lose the last game. Otherwise, that can be very, very dangerous indeed. Now, I just want to make sure that I get the team news right. It has been predicted that both teams would be unchanged, so I'm just going to confirm that. And yes, I can confirm that England and the West Indies will be unchanged from their last game. So as expected, it will be White, Hodge and Jones to open the bowling. Jones, of course, keeping wicket. Sophia Dunkley definitely keeps her place. Alice Capsey and Heather Knight are also there, along with all-rounders Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson, who provided that absolutely magnificent partnership against the Scots, which really, just sort of broke their back, you have to say. Charlie Dean continuing as stand-in captain, followed by left-arm spinner Sophie Ecclestone, Lindsay Smith, and of course Lauren Bell will be rounding everything off. And the West Indies are actually unchanged from their last game against Sri Lanka, but one notable change is that there is no Kiana Joseph in the team. So I can tell you right now that they opted to replace Kiana Joseph with an all-rounder by the name of Ashwini Munisa, and she is, of course, listed as an all-rounder, so it will remain to be seen if she does indeed bat higher up the order. Apart from that, it's still the same. Hayley Matthews, Deandra Dottin, so they're the ones who are probably going to be opening the batting. It'll be Shemaine Campbell, Stephanie Taylor, Jazara Claxton, Chanel Henry, Janella Glasgow, Aliyah Lane, Afi Fletcher, and Karishma Ramparak, propped up, of course, by Munisa. And, of course, we won't be too long now before the teams come out onto the field. So, once again, confirmation that this is, of course, coverage of the T20 Cricket World Cup from the women's side. And it is England against the West Indies, live from Lord's. And, of course, DP World are other sponsors of this tournament. They also provide an initiative. Every 100 runs scored, we'll see 100 packets delivered around the world. We see the match ball being placed onto what looks like a remote-controlled vehicle, which will be taken to the centre of the field. Interesting. And so confirmation of the table, England and the West Indies played 3, 1-3 each. So this is the top of the table clash, and whoever wins this will continue their unbeaten record. New Zealand and Sri Lanka are locked on 4 points each. Sri Lanka do have a poor net run rate, but they can, in fact, hope to improve that when they play. I think they already played. They played England. They played the West Indies. They've already played New Zealand. So they do have one match to go against Scotland, where they could potentially increase that net run rate. So New Zealand and Sri Lanka are not out of semi-final contention as of yet. And we already have a comment. Our good friend Angel, hello, hope you're well, I am too. Which team needs this win more since they're currently 1 and 2 in Group B? I think it's fair to say that England might need this game a little bit more, win more, because yes, they are, of course, playing New Zealand in their final game, which should be expected win. But again, nothing can be taken for granted. And of course, the last time these two played in the T20 World Cup in the UAE, they were in the same group. England were primed to go through to the semis, but the West Indies beat them and knocked England out of contention. So I think England will definitely want a measure of revenge. I think the West Indies also can count on winning their last game. I think that'll be against Ireland, I think. And they probably may not need it as much. I hope that answers your question. And we see the umpires walking out onto the field, and I'll just confirm who the umpires are. Eloise Sheridan from Australia and Janani Narayanan from India. The reserve umpire is South African Kevin Kloster. The TV umpire is Sri Lankan Namali Pereira, and Chandra Fritz, another South African, is the match referee. And already now we see the teams walking out to the stadium. So it will be time soon for the national anthems once they all line up. And I like the fact that they have the entire squad going out there. I think that trend has been repeated in the Football World Cup this time around. Of course, in the Football World Cup, you have 26 players walking out at the same time. But anyway, anthem time. Okay, that was two fine anthems, wonderfully rendered and very well sung. And of course, another reminder, we shall be underway very soon. Women's T20 Cricket World Cup. England versus the West Indies, live from Lords. West Indies have won the toss and chose to field. And the winner of this match, of course, will qualify for the semis and potentially top Group B. Of course, the head-to-head records don't quite come in yet. It will be down to the net run. Another reminder that Hayley Matthews for the West Indies won the toss and chose to field, so England will be batting first. A reminder of the lineups, unchanged, of course, from England's last win over Scotland. And the West Indies also going to be unchanged from their last game. But, of course, one notable omission is that there is no Kiana Joseph. It'll be Munisa, the all-rounder, who's coming. Ashmani Munisa, yes. And so won't be long now before England come out to bat. Before that, of course, we see the West Indies in their huddle led by Captain Matthews. No, thank you for joining in. And hopefully we'll have some more people watching this stream as we go along. And of course, obviously, another reason why I don't have the those sets with the team names and everything is because my screen is not that clear enough. It doesn't have the resolution, so I can't use those settings. I tried that and it didn't work. So I have to basically prepare these banners by myself and adjust them as the match goes along. I hope people can appreciate the effort, but there have been times when I've made some mistakes, just omissions, not deliberate. I will hope to try and get that right today. A little cranberry juice. Get your antioxidants in. It'll be interesting to see how well they bowl. I'm pretty sure Aliyah Alain will love to use the conditions here on this pitch, and it could very well be that the pitch might settle down a little bit. The West Indies might want to use the roller when they bat. But again, if things are to go by, England batted second, and New Zealand pretty much, ran roughshod over that batting lineup. I think Joe Root was probably the only batsman in both innings to really do himself justice, although I think it's fair to say that after that experiment, he will not want to captain England ever again in any capacity. And of course, Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson have found their way back into the squad for the men. Ollie Robinson, of course, out. I think it might be due to a knee injury, but whatever it may be. Amy Jones will be facing the first ball. And of course, speaking of the Football World Cup, as I was doing earlier, there will be some group action today. Groups B, C, and A in that order will be getting their games done today. So it will be Bosnia against Qatar and Switzerland against hosts Canada. That'll be at 8 p.m. BST, which will probably be in about 1.5 hours from now. Later on from Group C, it'll be Morocco against Haiti and Scotland against Brazil. That'll be from Group C. Scotland versus Brazil will be in Miami. And the Czech Republic versus Mexico and South Korea against South Africa will round off the action for the day. But for now, it's back to the cricket, and it will be Chanel Henry who will be opening the bowling. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Amy Jones. More or less a comparatively more packed offside field compared to the leg. So once again, the secret to batting will probably be to try and keep the scoreboard ticking, look for the gaps on the onside and try and play your way in. Ever since that wonderful opening partnership against Sri Lanka, this partnership hasn't exactly gotten going. Both of them dismissed early, and Chanel Henry hits the deck after her first delivery. It was Amy Jones who tried to dab that onto the leg side, but sensing that there was no run on offer, she said no. Speaking of fast bowlers, of course, we had two West Indian legends in the audience today. Courtney Walsh and Sir Curtly Ambrose. more than 900 test wickets between them. Second delivery. And once again, that particular gap over there at fine leg is a gap that's begging to be exploited, and Amy Jones does that brilliantly by sort of hoiking that in a way for 4. Not even a hoik, that's a perfect hook shot, really, and not so aerial as one would expect. And you see there that huge gap between, there's no protection there at fine leg, and deep backward square leg is going to catch that. And Hayley Matthews reacts by saying, that's it, I've got to have a short fine leg. Third delivery. And that is powerfully smacked all the way down to the deep in-wicket boundary, close to cow corner, if you will, for a second consecutive boundary. So Amy Jones getting stuck in already. I think both these batswomen know that their returns in terms of a collective partnership have not been good since that opening day century partnership against Sri Lanka. They're going to have to make sure they get a good partnership now. But at the moment, I don't think Chanel Henry's been able to take advantage of the wickets so far. And that's a dot ball played to extra cover. And of course, that is Louisa Sheridan from Australia in her 46th T20 International, and Janani Narayanan in her 42nd. Two balls to go, and well, still 2 balls to go because Henry aborts her run-up. That's going to be a dead ball. Let's see what she does now. And there's a wicket. An ill-advised attempt to try and, play at that, edging it to the slip fielder. And England lose their first wicket. You've got to say that it was a poor shot, really, and Hayley Matthews obviously opting to keep a slip there just for that purpose, and a poor choice of shot, really. I think she was probably trying to play it sort of along the corners, but or maybe she didn't think that there was a fielder there. Great start from Amy Jones, but no attempt to capitalise on that. And already in the first over, England are a wicket down. They do have 8 runs on the board, but at this point, they need to keep their wickets intact, more than they need runs on. Well, Sophia Dunkley obviously came in against Scotland and played a big hand. And her first ball is defended. So England now in a bit of a spot of bother. And they are going to have to make sure they play a lot more circumspectly. And to be brutally honest, it wasn't even that good a delivery. It was just a bad shot by Amy Jones, really. Bad shot. Confirmation, of course, of the arrival of the legends and the other spectators. Curtly Ambrose is very hard to miss. Giant in every sense of the word. Always a very serious character in his playing days and never liked giving interviews. Now he's become a little bit more laid back. Now we see the captain, Hayley Matthews, coming in. Ranked 11 in the world, 28 years old. 127 wickets. Economy rate of 6.2. And she now bowls round the wicket to the right-hander Danny White-Hodge. And White-Hodge ends up tipping that to square leg for a single. You could say it was also, maybe there was some swing in a little bit, but still a batswoman of Amy Jones's caliber should be expected to play that shot a bit better. Over the wicket now to Sophia Dunkley. And Dunkley now is underway with the sort of a hooked four down to fine leg, which goes past short fine leg. Fine shot under the circumstances, and that is a much-needed boundary, which takes England to 13 for 1. Sort of sat up for Dunkley in a way. I think the bounce was what kind of helped her a little bit. And the fact that there are plenty of gaps on the leg side means that maybe Matthews might want to change her strategy a bit. Still bowling over the wicket. And that is a good delivery. You want to make sure you maintain that tight line on-off stump. So you have Hayley Matthews opening the bowling and the batting. What an absolute star she is. And that's a fine delivery as well. Dunkley not really able to play that. I think she tried, but the ball ended up... Well, that really spat at her, didn't it? I think she tried to play it, but ended up getting herself in a tangle. So 2 dot balls after that boundary. And, of course, she already hit 1,400 runs prior to hitting that 4. Make that 1,408 runs now. Another 4 down to that fine leg boundary. Almost going towards deep backward square leg, if you will. And this time she was able to get to the pitch of the ball, moved to the offside, got down on her back leg, and there's a huge gap there you see between short fine leg and square leg, and she found that expert. Last delivery of the over, and attempting to go down the track, all she ended up doing was sort of prodding that back. But a much better over for England. 1 more run and 1 less wicket. And of course, on this channel, if you do want to... whoops, wrong one. That's more like it. Of course, if you do want to enjoy a watch-along for the World Cup, and we'll be watching that on television with Mute, I do believe Hanno will be providing coverage of some of the games today. We will confirm that, of course. But it is Chanel Henry coming back into the attack, and she'll be bowling to England's other opening batswoman, Danny White-Hodge. Wonderful, iconic, historic venue, which during the Olympic Games was also used for the archery competition in 2012. What a time that was. Chanel Henry back into the attack. First delivery. And Sophia Dunkley plays that magnificently all the way down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. And to think, actually, that wasn't Sophia Dunkley. That was Danny White-Hodge who played that. Please forgive me. Bad oversight there. Getting into position, rocking on her back foot, and that is as fine a back foot shot as you could ever see play. So Danny White-Hodge starting to get into the groove. The last thing she wants to do now is lose her wicket the way Amy Jones did. And I just hope the commentator's curse does not strike me. No, it doesn't. It's a wide, and the batswomen end up running a single too. So Lloyd Sheridan having no problem signaling that a wide. And the extra run means that that's 2 off that ball. It's not even a registered ball. So just taking a look at how Henry was able to set Jones up, and I think for that 5th delivery, the wicket-taking delivery, it was the swing that did her in. So that's good stuff there from the seamer. Second delivery still. And Sophia Dunkley plays that all the way down to square leg, and they decide against running a single. Actually, it's more mid-wicket than square leg. Aliyah Lane cleaning that up. And of course, this is the power play, so there can be no more than 2 fielders, of course, outside the circle. And of course, Danny White-Hodge has now reached a landmark. She has scored 3,500 runs in T20 international. So well done, Danny. Third delivery of the over, and that is very well defended. White-Hodge, of course, bringing her back down, more of a forward defensive prod, if you will. And this is good now, because I think both these batswomen see that if the ball is there to be hit, hit it. Otherwise, make sure you don't lose your wicket. And that's another wide from Chanel Henry, and that takes England's run rate to let's say around about 10 and over. 2.5 overs, 25 runs. 2 overs and 3 balls. 3 balls bowled and 3 more to come. It's neither one or the other. And of course, as Murphy's found out, Dickie Bird was willing to no-ball him for being a bit of a smart aleck. And this time it's a wide down the offside, so after a fine start by Chanel Henry, she's not quite able to maintain her line. See there, both batsmen making the use of the leg side very well indeed, particularly that area down to third man. I mean, fine leg, I should say. And then, of course, Danny White-Hodge cracking that fine shot all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. So Henry's got to be careful. Henry's got to be more accurate. Get back to how she bowled in the first over. And that is, well, I'll tell you what, Danny White-Hodge will be grateful that she didn't suffer the same fate as Amy Jones did. That was more of an edge, really, which carried towards the slip fielder, Alfie Fletcher there. And I think it was just sort of away from her. Could she have caught that, though? Well, it sort of dropped short, almost short of her, and it was sort of to her side. And she just wasn't able to stop that going to the third man down. So these are very, very useful runs for England. Beautifully played that by Danny White-Hodge, all the way down to the point boundary, and I think that is cut off, but they're going to see if she hit the rope. The batswomen have run 3, but I think that will be checked. But that all the way down there to the point boundary, of course, nicely played along the ground, no risks taken at all. I mean, maybe not point, but definitely going down towards Yeah, sort of more or less a long point, you could say. Jazara Claxton there running hard. And she could very well be safe. I think she was able to get the ball before she touched the rope, unless the umpires will... Yeah, the umpires have confirmed that it is 3. So last ball of the over. And that is played for a single all the way down to point. And England end the over by doubling their score. 34 for 1 after 3. The run rate of 11.33333333333333333333 until infinity. Let's just say 11 and 1 for this. And so it is Ashwini Munisa. Interesting. Now, is she, right arm off spinner over the wicket. And Sophia Dunkley already trying to get the reverse sweep in, but completely missing that. And she's lucky. She doesn't want to lose her wicket now after working so hard. Sophia Dunkley, of course, got a single of that from that last ball of the over. And, of course, there is a chance for an edge that could go to third man with no protection there, which is why she opted for the reverse sweep in the first place, ironically. And she plays that all the way down to third man for 4. And you can see now that Dunkley, having come back into the team, is looking to be a little bit more aggressive. So she's playing well. And so with the captain set to come back into the team for the match against New Zealand, it will be interesting to see what sort of selection takes place. You cannot drop Sophia Dunkley in this sort of form. And then, for the sake of balance, it could very well be that Heather Knight might have to make way. And as I speak, Sophia Dunkley gets herself out LBW. Janani Narayanan raising the finger. I don't see England wanting to review this because that hit her quite low and it was pitched more than enough in line. And in the end, they decide against reviewing it, I think. Already the all-rounder has proved the difference. Very well flighted delivery. Pitching well in line, and well, they have reviewed it. I don't see why. I think maybe they're hoping for an edge to, save her, but I don't see any edge. No, they haven't reviewed it. Thankfully, they haven't, because it would have been a wasted review. So, after some fine shots, Sophia Dunkley is now out. I was saying that you can't drop her given the form that she's in. But now we're in the middle of the power play, and England have lost 2 wickets. So there are 3 off spinners in the attack. The leg spinner Afi Fletcher as well. So England are going to have to be really careful because spin has always proved to be their Achilles heel. Alice Capsey, the 21-year-old batswoman coming in, right-handed against the right-arm bowling of Ashwini Munisa, and that is played down to long on, but that'll only be a single. Beautifully flighted delivery. Of course, it was pitched a little bit outside off, but again, when you bowl right arm over to a right-handed batswoman or batsman, there's always going to be a little bit of a leeway if you're pitching up outside the off stump. Maybe they could have reviewed in hindsight, but I'm not too sure. And White Hodge trying to play that, but only succeeding in sending that to the cover fielder. Another dot ball. England have started well, but they cannot afford to lose any more wickets. And that shot is played all the way down to deep mid-wicket, and that should be a single. No, they run for two. Very well done indeed. Now, I think Josiah Claxton knows that the throw was a little bit wayward. So, England, after 4 overs, 41 for 2. Run rate of 10.25. Fifth over now, and it's Aliyah Alain who's coming into bowl. Medium pacer from the looks of it. Maybe she'll try and exploit some of the swing the way Chanel Henry did. Right arm over the wicket. And Capsey taps that down to extra cover for a single. Lords, of course, are famous as well for their legendary Lords lunches. Aliyah Alain has 8 wickets so far in the tournament. Joint second along with Fatima Sana from the already eliminated Pakistan. And it's Sri Charani of India who is leading wicket taker for now with 10 wickets. Second delivery. Fine delivery. Angling into the batswoman, not letting her play. That bounce there you could see from the wicket being very well exploited. I'm sure if England had won the toss, they would have wanted to bowl first too. Third delivery. And that is nicely guided down to, you could say, a backward point for single. Danny White Hodge, of course, striking at 150 plus when offered width. And against full deliveries, has a strong record, 170 plus strike rate. Fine stuff indeed. Another dot ball there. And England now starting to be tied down a little bit. I'm sure they'd want to get to 50 by the end of the power play. But the West Indies are already starting to exert a great deal of pressure. And that is smacked down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Alex Capsey. And that will settle a few England nerves, you would think. Not even necessarily a bad delivery, but Capsey picked that up brilliantly. Sort of sit up for her and rocked on her back foot, took advantage of the huge gaps on the leg side and say, thank you very much indeed. I'll help myself to 4. Last delivery. Not quite able to play that, only succeeding in guiding that down to mid-on for a single. 6 runs off the over. England are 47 for 2. 47 for 2 at 9.5 and over. Niso back into the attack, the off spinner. And White Hodge trying to be aggressive, plays that down to mid-wicket, but Jazara Claxton there tidying up and limiting it to just the one. Some good stuff from the off spinners, Matthews and Vanessa. And not too sure they're going to appeal for an LBW there. Might have been rising a bit high. But the shot has Alex Capsey in all sorts of trouble. Yeah, that literally spat off the pitch. This time around, though, Capsey does take advantage of the bounce, comes down the track and plays that down to mid-wicket. But once again, with Jazara Claxton there, only be a single. Fourth delivery. And I'll tell you what, that shot did have a great deal of risk, but no risk, no reward. And that brings up England's 50, a nice boundary down to point. Well, sensing the need to up the ante a bit. There was Deandra Dottin over there who tried to catch that. And I'll tell you what, Dottin's not the tallest, so a taller fielder would have snapped that. Danny White-Hodge, once again, being a little bit aggressive. You see there, it went at such a breakneck speed. And you can see it hit Dottin on her finger. Last ball of the over. And that edge should take it all the way down to third man for 4, and it does. So a nice ending to the over, if you will. 10 runs from it. And England end the power play with 57 for 2. 57 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. 6 overs played. But this period is now going to be key. You see Munisa there giving the ball a lot of revolution. And so Danny White-Hodge sort of playing a premeditated shot there, if you will, knowing that there's not that much protection down to the third man area. See some physios onto the field. I wonder if any of the West Indian players are injured. I mean, that ball would certainly have stung Deandra Dottin's finger. And of course, another reminder that next week is the Wimbledon Tennis Championships. Never ever nice when the tennis and the cricket and the football all clash. You don't know what to watch. And of course, Wimbledon, during those iconic Olympic Games, is also the venue for the tennis competitions. Sir Andy Murray famously winning gold and delighting a home British audience, beating a certain Roger Federer in the final. Federer, of course, also won doubles gold in Beijing 4 years prior to London. More advertisements, of course. And as I said, going back to the cricket, England have started well enough, but those 2 wickets, you got to say, were very needless losses. Jones with a poor shot in the first over, and Dunkley holding out to the off spin of Ashwini Munisa. .5 and over. You'd want it to be at least 10 or maybe 11. And after that long break, it's Ali Lane who comes back into the attack. She's bowled quite well. Only conceded 6. Right arm over the wicket. Now as Capsey has no hesitation in calling for a single. Playing that past the batswoman. Down to mid-on for a single. And it's attempting kind of back of the finger slower ball there. Third one, this time by Wyatt. Hodges played all the way down to mid-on for a single, almost a carbon copy of the first delivery. And this is very good stuff from Alain, keeping it tight. I feel you. Sleep schedule is completely mucked up. Well, actually, I stand corrected. That third delivery might have been the carbon copy in terms of the shot, but they opted not to run a single. So it's still only the 1 run from the over. And this is good stuff from Alain. And that is guided all the way down to third man. They run for a single, though. So obviously with the fielding restrictions lifted, West Indies have no problems placing fielders on the boundary. Run rate's dipped to under 9 now. So England still trying to find their way in. Nicely played down to mid-on. That's a single. Last delivery of the over. And that'll be a single off it. And England is 61 for 2 after 7. So the run rate is just under 9. And England again would really want to protect themselves, but also not be too cautious. Otherwise, they may not get the target they want. And of course, a huge update from yesterday's play or the day before is that Danny White-Hodge no longer has the highest score of the tournament as she faces Hayley Matthews' first ball, ground the wicket, right arm off break, and she plays that quite nicely. Comes down the track and sort of, you might want to say, slaps that in a way down to the point boundary. Wonderful use of the bat there, and definitely the footwork was outstanding. And that is all the way down to the point boundary. The sweep shot now being played. That goes to square leg, and Deandra Dottin tidies up very nicely indeed, and that'll just be a single. So that takes the run rate to exactly 9. Sure, England might want a few more of those. Opting for the reverse sweep, but this time finding the fielder. Ashwini Muniz there at third man. Short third man, you would say. And this time, drops back onto the back foot, plays that down to mid-on. And Chanel Henry tidies up. Alice Capsey there, who attempted the reverse sweep and then played that single. That brings White-Hodge back on strike. Once again, round the wicket. And I wouldn't call that an air shot necessarily, but White-Hodge obviously knowing where the gaps were, but just not quite able to get back on that. And that last delivery of the over is sent all the way down to mid-wicket for a single by Alice Capsey. And so England end the over. 69 for 2. England sort of staying in touch, trying to keep the run rate as high as they can. But the West Indies have also bowled plenty of dot balls and have sort of kept them honest. Afi Fletcher, the leg spinner, over 100 wickets already. This is going to be a challenge as well, because this time the ball's going away. So Alice Capsey to face Afi Fletcher, first ball, right arm over the wicket. And Capsey smacks that all the way down to the, you could say, cow corner boundary for a 4. Wonderful shot there from the batswoman. Again, rocking back, seeing the huge gaps on the leg side, especially over mid-wicket. Especially, I would say. That's the first ball 4, but what does Afi Fletcher have up her sleeve? This time it's the sweep. And Ali Alain is stationed there for that very reason, down at mid-wicket. England will probably need a few more of these boundaries to sort of keep them a little bit ahead. And they will want to increase that run rate if they can. And Wyatt Hodge there trying to be a bit too clever, walking to the offside and trying to play the sweep. All she did was ended up playing that behind the wicket for a single. Not too sure how you could necessarily even describe that shot. And of course, this is Women's Cricket Week. So the camera basically pointing to a lot of women in the crowd, women and girls. Once again, Alice Capsey rocking onto her back foot and playing that down to mid-wicket. And Josiah Claxton tidying up. Various wonderful initiatives for cricket, of course, especially with young children around the world. And a risky shot there, but fortunately the fielder was a bit too far back, ended up dropping short. And so Wyatt Hodge is able to run two. Once again, walking all the way to the offside and trying to play the sweep. She sent that in the air, but there wasn't really a fielder who could be in a catching position. So 9 off the over. This isn't bad. And that is beautifully played. But the cover fielder runs all the way to deep extra cover. Limits that to a single. So 10 off the over. England are 11, I should say. England are 80 for 2. No, they are in fact 79 for 2. I think one of the scorecards has got it wrong. There was, of course, Cricket Info going on and the TV going on. Yeah. Do better, Cricket Info. This is not like you. Now we see the third off spinner, Karishma Ramharak, right arm, off break. And once again, Wyatt Hodge rocking on her back foot, playing that down to mid-on. Looks as though spin is Hayley Matthews' strategy. As many as 4 spinners in the lineup today, maybe even 5. Are they going to try to use that to their advantage? Second delivery. That is tipped all the way down to mid-on. Another single. Third delivery. Coming down the track is Wyatt Hodge, but then she plays the safe option. A shot to more or less the same fielder. Of course, the images of the day, the teams walking out. Charlie Dean, of course, proudly captaining England. And another single, double, I should say, rather, down to mid-wicket. And you can see there, because there's a huge gap in that mid-wicket area, the batswomen had no trouble running two. 2 balls to go. That's played all the way down to square leg, and that should be no more than a single. So 6 runs already from the over. England, I imagine, would be very happy with the score they've got, but they know that had it been Jones and Dunkley still in there, Potentially could have been more, but that one played all the way down to deep backward square leg. That'll be a single. And so 7 runs off the over. England are well, it is the midway point of the game, and England have made a good enough start, you could say. 8.6 and over. I think they will certainly like to try and have a little bit more. Maybe perhaps looking at a total of 180 on this pitch, which would be a very difficult target. They've already reached the 200 pinnacle against Sri Lanka and Ireland earlier in this tournament. Alfie Fletcher back as the attack. Alice Fletcher bowling to the right-handed, Alfie Fletcher, I should say, bowling to the right-handed Danny White-Hodge. Leg break over the wicket. And once again, White-Hodge plays that lofted drive in the air, evades a fielder, and they run back for 2. So White-Hodge sensing that risks are there to be taken. And that first ball is no different. She moves on to 41 off 27. Second delivery. I'm not too sure why Danny White-Hodge went to sweep that, because she might as well have let that aside. They do, however, run for 2, so you could say that it was a risk at least marginally worth taking, but in her position, I would have let that go wide. And of course, with that first double off the first ball of the over, they brought up a 50 partnership. Very useful indeed. And that's played in the air. But once again, it drops well short. Third delivery of the over. This time it's a dot ball. So Alice Capsey now, having come in, might very well be asked to play more of an anchor role, but once again, that is sort of played into the mid-wicket area. And there's no protection, there's no fielder, so despite being in the air, lands safely. 6 runs from it. Last ball. Down too long off, it must be said. So 7 runs off the over. And after 11 overs, England are 93 for 2. Hello to you, Shush. Big up. This is a very useful and important partnership between Capsey and White-Hodge. Certainly coming in when England were in a bit of a spot of bother, having lost both of their wickets, two very aggressive strikers. Projected score, if they go at the current rate, will probably be 169, 170. They'll want to get it to 180. 200 would be a bonus in this rate. Ramharat back as the attack. Nicely played by Danny White-Hodge. First ball played all the way down to the extra cover boundary. Once again, the lofted cover drive, as it were. And that goes down to the cover boundary. And that takes White-Hodge onto 49 off 31. And she gets her 50 with a fine single all the way down to mid-wicket. Wonderful innings under the circumstances. Danny White-Hodge is back in form and in a big way. Obviously, her century against Sri Lanka would have given her more confidence, but not her performances in the next two games. And this time it's Alice Capsey's turn to get into the action. And once again, it's the cover region that bears the brunt of it. And that brings up England's 100 in the 12th over. Ramharat's delivery. And it's finally played reverse sweep. It's not the cover boundary, it's more the point boundary where it goes, really. And this time it's the sweep shot, and that goes past the short fine leg fielder. But Deandra Dottin comes across to cover and clean that up, and that'll be 2 runs to the total. And that is how you want to play the spinner. Except when there's a fielder there. Alice Capsey holding out there to long on. And that's the end of the partnership. She will be disgusted with herself. Obviously falling to the temptation of wanting to go high, and that was, I think she probably knew that she didn't get the elevation or the distance she wanted, and there is Chanel Henry down at long on picking the catch, and Karishma Ramharat, after all her toil, has a reward. Alice Capsey gone for 28 off 23, and England 104 for 3. So that brings Heather Knight into proceedings. And of course, she comes in seeing her senior teammate, her long-time teammate, that is, score a fine 50. Her first ball will be the final ball of Karishma Ramharat's second over. Quite expensive, but she's received her reward. Is Ramharat's final delivery. I'm not sure that's going to be, that is called a wide. Heather Knight's not quite able to play at that. That's a fine catch there from Chanel Henry. And Knight gets off the mark. And once again, it's the fine leg region that proves to be profitable. So, brilliant over from England's perspective, 18 from it. And England, after 12 overs, are 109 for 3. And that, of course, means that their run rate is now officially above 9-0. Danny White-Hodge there, playing a trademark aerial cover drive or square drive and getting to 50 not out off 32 balls. And Heather Knight getting off the mark, her first ball with a boundary. So a lot's going to rest on these two. Of course, Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson will come in and certainly provide some pyrotechnics, but Danny White-Hodge there playing first ball from Aaliyah Lane's over down to mid-on. They ran for a single and they got there comfortably enough in the end. So a lot of field adjustments are being made. And this will be Elaine's second delivery. Right arm, medium pace over the wicket to the right-handed Heather Knight. She guides that down to third man, and Afi Fletcher is able to tidy up. And England are on Nelson, 111 for 3. A recap, of course, of the wickets to fall. And playing a miss there from White-Hodge, and that goes through to the wicketkeeper. Shemaine Campbell doing some tidying up. And after that dot ball, White-Hodge is able to play a single down to mid-wicket. I think the fact that there are far too many gaps on the leg side means that there's always going to be an opportunity for runs there. And you see White-Hodge coming down the track, slapping that ball and sending that high. But she was well set. Fifth delivery. And that could have been a wide, but instead Heather Knight opts to sweep at that. Once again, it goes past the despairing dive of the short fine leg fielder to 4. To the fine leg boundary, 4-4, I should say. Well, it could have been pulled a wide, but Manasir there, the fielder, not really able to gather that, and Aaliyah Elaine is not happy. Last delivery of the over. And attempting to go for a single, but then deciding not to. So 7 runs off the over, 3 singles and a boundary. And England are 116 for 3. Just under 9-0. Well, Ashwini Munisa there, knows that she's now got to try and make amends for that poor piece of fielding. And of course, if England do manage to score at 12 and over from here, they will get to exactly 200 runs. I think they'll be hoping for 180 or 190, which wouldn't be too bad at all. White Hodge going down the track, but playing that down the ground, and that finds its way to the long on fielder, and it's an overthrow from the looks of it. And they end up getting two. I'm not too sure that anyone but Chanel Henry can see the funny side to that. And White Hodge gets down on one leg and sees a huge gap on the leg side field, and that goes all the way down to the square leg boundary for 4. So she is cooking at the moment. Long-time teammate and former skipper Heather Knight is happy to watch. So you see White Hodge there getting down on her back leg and playing that high in the air. She would have liked that to go a little bit further for 6, but I don't think she'll necessarily want to complain. So Ashwini Manisa now goes round the wicket to White Hodge, hoping to cramp the flow of runs. And White Hodge trying to play at that, but completely missing. And of course, confirmation that it was Isha Guha and the UNICEF representative who walked out onto the field with the trophy. Nabhan Rizwan. 2-time BAFTA dominated actor. Chance of a run out here, but I think they got home comfortably enough. What's life without a little risk? But I think both Danny White Hodge and Heather Knight know that they were very close to ending it. A fine shot played there, and Heather Knight was a bit hesitant, really. But the throw was a little bit wayward, and she ran well enough to make sure she got back in time. There's communication there between Danny White Hodge and the former skipper. And that is played all the way down to backward square leg for a single, deep backward square leg. Just another reminder, do please donate to unicef.org.uk for the Make Childhood Unstoppable campaign. And White Hodge plays that high in the air, and it just escapes the fielder. And it goes for 4. So White Hodge happy to live a little bit dangerously or vicariously, as it were. Hoping to go down the track, but slicing that in the air. And for some reason, there was no real fielder there. So England happy to take the break. 12 off the over. And that brings England's run rate to just above 9 and over. So effectively, it's the Danny White Hodge show where she's sort of opting to take a few risks and play. She's moved to 63 off 40. Heather Knight is 10 off 5 with 2 4s compared to White Hodge's 8. White Hodge will hope to score a century. Of course, if she does, it more than likely means that England will get a very imposing total. But she will have to better her knock of 105 not out, because Chamari Athapattu, Sri Lanka's captain, was able to overcome that with a fine innings of 106 not out against Ireland. Yes. West Indies, after a fine start, have not really been able to keep the shackles on. And England have sensed that if there are some risks to be taken with some of the field placings, they must be taken. I think Alice Capsey will be ruining her dismissal. With 6 overs to go, England will be hoping to get to that 180 mark. Anything above that would be an absolute bonus. Right, Hodge there basically dominating proceedings with the with regard to the top performers. Only Ashwini Munisa can really, we can say that she's given herself some credit. Chanel Henry bowled well first up, but ended up being quite expensive. Matthew Fletcher now back into the attack. Right arm leg break. It looks as though she'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Heather Nutt. Maybe hoping to get some drift or just give it a good rip. We'll find out more. And that first ball from Matthew Fletcher is edged all the way down to the third-man boundary. It won't go for 4. Some good fielding there, but if England are quick, they will run for 3, and they get the 3. And I'm going to have to take this phone call. Do please excuse me. That delivery is going to be a wide. And for once, England decides to let a wide ball go. And that was another wide delivery, but that is once again chopped high into the air. And yet, it drops short of the fielder there. So, Janella Glasgow there tidying up the number 21 at mid-off. Mid-off / long off, if you will. And this is going to be the big risk with Fletcher. She'll probably end up turning the ball a little bit too much, but that delivery doesn't turn, and Heather Knight plays that all the way down to mid-wicket for another single. And Wyatt Hodge once again slapping that down to mid-wicket. That'll only be a single. And once again, you can see there the batswomen are far too impatient. If the ball is going that wide of the off stump, just let it go wide. Force her to bowl another delivery. Two balls left. And that shot is well played, but it finds the point fielder. England's run rate is now just marginally over 9. Oh, and that's a drop. Well, Heather Knight there very nearly holding out to extra cover there. And Hayley Matthews has dropped it, has given the former England captain a lifeline. And they ran a single to rub salt into those wounds. Not necessarily the best shot to play under the circumstances, and I think you've got to say that that was a dolly drop there by the West Indian captain. And now she's back into the attack to try and make up for that drop. Probably been one of New Zealand, West Indies' best bowlers this tournament, but hasn't had much luck today so far. Over the wicket, and I don't know if Heather Knight played at that. That's gone all the way down to third man, and they do run 2. What will the signal be? Opting to play a lofted cover drive, found the fielder, but dropped. And those are 2 leg byes there from the first delivery. England are living a really charmed life right now, it has to be said. Played down to mid-wicket, and the running between the wickets was absolutely superb. They turned that 1 into a 2. Hayley Matthews, normally misdependable. Once again, Heather Knight. I've almost lost count of how many boundaries she's hit down to that fine leg region. The West Indies are not happy. If they're not careful, they could see themselves losing all of their composure. You can see they're pitching on middle and leg and drifting down leg. That's the type of shot that deserves to be swept for a boundary. Heather Knight says, gladly. Score predictor has England getting as much as 193. I think they'll be happy with an even 190, but anything more than that will be a bonus. Play to point. And that's an out. That was a dreadful decision there, really. Absolutely dreadful. Dreadful decision to run for the single when it really wasn't in there. And Heather Knight has just run out the set batswoman, Danny White-Hodge. A brilliant 65. There was no single in that, really, and the throw was on target, and Shemaine Campbell did the rest. Absolutely poor cricket all around. The sad part is that Danny White-Hodge definitely deserved a century. Instead, she goes for 65 off 42. Strike rate of just above 150. So will it be Freya Kemp or Danny Gibson to join in the fun? Janella Glasgow there with the throw from points. And she is not happy. She would have wanted a Lord's century. Wanted to get onto that honours board. So it is the left-hander, Freya Kemp, who comes into the middle. She will be facing the final delivery with Hayley Matthews bowling round the wicket. And she tips that ball all the way to mid-wicket. They were thinking of a double, but Mandeep Mangru there, fielding, said, "Not today, ladies." I think blame really has to go to Heather Knight there, because there's no way that you can even consider going for a run in that tight of a position. Asking Danny White-Hodge to do far too much, and in the process running out a well-set batsman. And that innings, of course, takes her tally to 193, comfortably the highest in the tournament. Darcy Carter from Scotland is second with 174, but Scotland, of course, are eliminated. Mathapathu's 106 not out, in stark contrast to just 33 runs from her other innings. Freya Kemp, of course, part of that big onslaught near the end against Scotland with Danny Gibson. She is facing Afi Fletcher, the leg break bowler, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. And that is played all the way down to the mid-off fielder. So we're going to take a look at the replay of this decision. It was played a little bit too quickly to the fielder, and that was really just poor. Not very good running between the wickets, but Heather Knight had no business calling for a single. 20 metres to the fielder. That was ridiculous. Heather Knight now has to try to make amends by help keeping the scoreboard ticking. And she does indeed run for two. Comfortably enough. Playing that shot down to mid-wicket. Chanel Henry with the throw. Heather Knight is comfortably home. Third delivery. That is well played all the way down to mid/long off. Generally Glasgow there. And you can see from this innings against Scotland, Freya Kemp absolutely loves playing down the leg side. Long on, mid-wicket. And that was going a little bit wide there from Afi Fletcher, but Freya Kemp does play that down to mid-wicket, and that'll only be a single, though. So that brings up the 150 for England. But they are going to have to get a move on if they want to get to that 180 barrier. Ooh, pardon me, please. Had a pretty long day today. And Knight plays the reverse sweep, and that goes all the way down to the deep backward point boundary for four. That makes sure that England's run rate is still comfortably above 9. And Heather Knight now sensing that she has an opportunity to try to play a big hand here. And she owes England that, really, for that stupid run out of Danny White-Hodge. Getting down there to play the reverse sweep with a great deal of authority. 9 from the over so far. And 9 is how it'll end. Plays it back to the bowler. $154 for 4 with 3 overs left. And so that brings Freya Kemp on strike for the next over, and she will look to try and switch on the afterburners, like she did against Scotland, along with Danny Gibson. This is a good contest. She'll be up against Hayley Matthews, who I think will be bowling round the wicket, and she is. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Kemp plays that down to mids / long on for a single? Are they just content to keep the scoreboard ticking and have an occasional boundary? She's had 4 dismissals playing that reverse sweep, Heather Knight, but an average of 45.8, a strike rate of 154 and 183 runs would seem to suggest that she knows what she's doing, and she dances down the track and sweeps that all the way to square leg. A misfield there from Deandra Dottin, but it doesn't cost anything in terms of extra runs. Freya Kemp saying no need for that. I don't want to be run out like Danny was. Danny White-Hodge, of course. Once again, round the wicket. Oh, and Freya Kemp getting into a ridiculous tangle there and losing her wicket. And certainly the angle never really helped her a bit. I think she tried to get down on her back leg and try and sweep that, but all she succeeded in doing was playing onto the stumps. So England are now 106 for 5 after 17.3 overs. And England in some danger, mind you, of actually losing this initiative unless Danny Gibson can come in and help really lay on some fireworks. Freya Kemp will be very disappointed. Freya Kemp out for 4 off 5 and no boundaries, and she is not happy. Matthews back over the wicket to the right-handed Danny Gibson, who wastes no time in playing the sweep all the way down to square leg for a single, so she gets off the mark. Danielle Gibson, who will also be expected to bowl some medium pace when the West Indies are batting. And once again, it's the reverse sweep, and Heather Knight loves that shot. It looks as though she's going to live and die by that shot, but that is a fine, fine boundary. And the former captain knows that she owes her team more and more runs. Not even too bad a delivery. I mean, it just sort of came onto the batswoman and she saw the gap, played it beautifully, and now Matthews goes round the wicket for the final shot, and Heather Knight is happy to flick that off her hips for a single down to mid-wicket, so she retains the strike. And England maintain a run rate of exactly 9 and over. And with 2 overs to go, they should still comfortably get 180, but I do think they will want to look for at least 190. Matthews bowls herself out. 1 wicket for 32, the wicket of Freya Kemp. There was also a run out of her bowling, that of Danny White-Hodge. She is, of course, now tied with her compatriot Aliyah Alain and Pakistan's Fatima Sana for the second most wickets in this World Cup. Fatima Sana, of course, captain of the already eliminated Pakistan. Sri Chalani of India is comfortably on top. Aliyah Alain back into the attack. Still plenty of gaps on the leg side, but a packed offside field. Right arm over the wicket. And that is edged all the way down to the third man boundary. And Heather Knight will take whatever she can get. She's on a mission, is the former skipper. I think you could say that was just about going wide there, but a very fortuitous edge, which takes it past Jermaine Campbell. And Aliyah Lane says, I've got to have some protection there. And nearly a mix-up there. Once again, poor cricket. I think it was Danny Gibson who was charging over from the non-strikers end, who wanted the run, but Heather Knight not really in much of a hurry to get back down there. And once she saw Shemaine Campbell running over to grab the ball, I think she knew the game was up and she had to go back. So Heather Knight still going strong with 38 off 23. And it's the lofted drive. And that is beautifully played all the way down to long off for another boundary. That takes her to 42 off 24. And that takes England to 170 for 5. So getting to the pitch of the ball there and really putting her bat through that. I think obviously if you see the field up a bit, you really have to make sure you play through that, put your full bat into it, and you can send that over the field. And once again, down to fine leg, but the deep square leg fielder, Mandy Mangru, coming across to gather that. And England are happy to keep the scoreboard ticking. But now Danny Gibson has a chance to try to get something from these final 2 balls of the penultimate over. And this is, of course, Aliyah Lane's final over, so it'll remain to be seen who bowls the final over as we see Captain Charlie Dean padded up. It's amazing how Heather Knight's playing herself into form just in time to give the selectors a headache. 2 deliveries to go. And that is slapped all the way down to long off. And they decide against taking the extra run. That brings Heather Knight back on strike. And obviously, Elaine likes to attempt Yorkers and T20s in the last 6 overs. Gets them right 50% of the time. Hasn't been successful so far, though. Last ball of the over. Elaine running in. Over the wickets to the right-handed Heather Knight. And that could be out. Some brilliant work there from Shemaine Campbell. I think she was... I think Heather Knight was just a little bit too impetuous there for her own good. And so after doing some fine work, scoring 9 runs, getting to 43 off 26, she won't get a half century. And instead is back in the pavilion with 1 over left. I think you've got to say that when it comes to running between the wickets, the former captain has been a little bit skittish there. And Shemaine Campbell doing some brilliant work there with gloves. Heather Knight out for 43, 7 fours, most of them down to that fine leg corner. Others with the reverse sweep. England at the end of the 19th over, 172 for 6. Just slightly over 9 and over. I think at this particular point they'll be happy with 180, but they are going to have to start bowling a lot better. Disappointed former England captain knows she has herself to blame. And in comes Captain Dean to accompany Danny Gibson for the last over. And that's going to be, I would say, a leg bye. obviously Gibson wanted to take a sweep at that, despite the fact that the ball was going wide. And it is Ashwini Munisa who will be asked to bowl herself out there. Yeah, that was not really the best decision-making there from Heather Knight. Ran out her partner, Danny White-Hodge, and ran herself out. But Charlie Dean now saying that anything that Heather Knight can do, I can do better. A nice reverse sweep there, down to the third-man boundary for 4. She's a very handy lower-order batsman, is Charlie Dean. And sticks her front foot forward and plays that perfectly. And should get 180, but I think the way the batsmen were playing earlier, they would have looked for 190. And Munisa goes round the wicket. And once again, Charlie Dean plays a reverse sweep, and this time sends that all the way to the point boundary. This is brilliant stuff from the England captain. Boundaries and consecutive balls, and that takes England to 180, 181 for 6. Ashwini Munisa going round the wicket, hoping for some success, but Charlie Dean picking the line magnificent. So what does Munisa do? Still goes round the wicket. Dean goes down the track, and that is played all the way to mid-off for a single. And that brings Danny Gibson on strike. Can she add another 10 runs at least? And obviously, when you think of a run chase, you'll definitely think of Shemaine Campbell and Stefani Taylor against England's bowlers. 2 balls left from Munisa's over. And that is slapped by Danny Gibson, and that finds the fielder. And a pretty disappointing end to proceedings there for Danny Gibson. So England do manage to get to the psychological barrier of 180, but I think they know they would have loved 190 at the very least. And Ashwini Munisa getting Danny Gibson out for 2. And the leg spinners, the off spinner's done a good job so far, justifying her continued selection in the team. With 1 ball to go, she has 2 wickets for 38. And now Sophie Ecclestone, the left arm spinner and right-handed batswoman. She joins her captain out on the field. Last delivery. What can Sophie Ecclestone do? She can do that. Get down and sweep that all the way to fine leg, which takes England's total to 186 for 7. And that means that the West Indies will now need 187 runs from 20 overs at the rate of 9.35 and over. Getting down on one leg and sweeping that very nicely indeed. $186 for 7 after 20 overs. Sophie Ecclestone with a very welcome boundary indeed. So, this is the state of play Danny White-Hodge, top scoring with 65 or 42. Heather Knight contributing 43. And not many other batswomen being able to provide any really big scores as such. Wickets at semi-regular intervals. Alice Capsey looked good for 28 before holing out to Chanel Henry at Henry in the deep, you could say. Sophia Dunkley also looked good but never lasted long. And that's pretty much it. 2 or 3 batswomen there with the lion's share of the runs. But then Charlie Dean and Sophie Eccleston getting some welcome boundaries near the end. And as far as the bowling is concerned, Ashwini Manisa, the pick of the bowlers, albeit a little bit expensive. Chanel Henry started her innings well, but was also expensive, as did Karishma Ramharak. They both picked up a wicket each. Hayley Matthews also picking up an important wicket of Freya Kemp, who would have threatened to hit out in a big way. Elaine and Fletcher both wicketless. And we're going to hear from the ex-captain Heather Knight. So that was the ex-captain Heather Knight, who did play an important knock of 43 off 26, but her running between the wickets was not really the best. She was responsible, of course, for running out the well-set Danny White-Hodge, and then ran herself out for being a bit too impetuous there. And apart from those two, it was really only Alice Capsey that really got into some kind of groove and could have gone further. Sophia Dunkley promised much, but couldn't really go further. Huge partnership of 66 there between Capsey and White-Hodge, and then 40 between Knight and White-Hodge. So basically those 3 batswomen you could see there were the ones who were dominating proceedings, and we didn't really have that much in terms of the late over pyrotechnics. Now, again, the spinners doing their bit, mainly Ashwini Manisa there with 2 for 42, Matthews and Ramharak picking up 1 each. Chanel Henry started well, as I said, picking up the early wicket of Amy Jones, but then got a bit too expensive. Couldn't get her lines right and wasn't pulled back to bowl. And Aliyah Lane and Afi Fletcher, between them, ended up wicketless, bowling 8 overs for 61 runs. So, as things stand, the West Indies will need 187 runs to win this game, and you wouldn't put it past them because they do bat quite deep. But how England bowl will certainly determine the course of the game. They're going to have to make sure they get their lines right. I think if they decide to bowl spin, then they're going to have to make sure they get everything completely spot on. It will probably be Lauren Bell to open and Lindsay Smith to come in immediately afterwards, and then they sort of alternate between different seamers, and then some spinners can follow. And Charlie Dean, of course, will have a role to play as captain. Let's not forget. So, this is where we are at the halfway stage. And this is how things stand at the moment. So, I'm just going to be away from the keyboard at the moment, but I will be back very, very soon. Okay, just had to have a little bit of rest in the way. And I am glad, of course, to be able to cover this match. I did say, of course, that I would be covering all the England games. If things had worked out differently, I would have been able to cover the India-South Africa game on Sunday. But in lieu of Father's Day, we kind of decided to sort of spend that just, in comfort, watching with our families, as it were. There was a decision taken, of course, by Hanno and Chan Lu, and I'm sure they would have enjoyed watching South Africa win. A win which, of course, keeps things very interesting in Group A. Despite India's superior run rate, they are surprisingly expected to exit the tournament. So they are going to have to make sure they avoid losing to Australia. And if they do, then they will definitely secure their passage through. Australia, of course, already through, having played 4 and won all 4. Of course, another reminder as well, England will also be playing host to India for a T20 series. Not too long from now. And of course, they will have to organise the venues, of course, away from the action taking place in this particular tournament. Once again, another reminder to all those who are just joining in, if any. This is continued coverage of the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup. England against the West Indies, live from Lord's. A reminder that the West Indies won the toss and they chose to field. And whoever wins this match will qualify for the semis and also have the potential to top Group B. England and the West Indies both unchanged from their previous games. England scored 186 for 7 after 20 overs. Danny White, Hodge and Heather Knight both leading the scorers. Heather Knight, of course, saying that she was quite happy to see England go a little bit above par. And it was quite hot out there, of course, when she and the team were batting. But they were able to find the gaps, score some runs, of course. And the most important thing for England's bowlers is that they keep it straight, more than anything else. And of course, this is the first time that a T20 World Cup match has been played at Lord's since 2017. Now, of course, the highest that the West Indies have scored in this tournament so far is 163. And of course, Knight did also say that the slower ball was sort of holding. Pretty decent wicket. Talking about the slope and everything else, but also saying anytime you play at Lord's, just keep the wicket in play. And of course, as we speak, the West Indies will be coming out to bat in the next few minutes. So it's time to get this scoreboard ready. And it is, of course, Hayley Matthews, after performing with the ball, will now be expected to do some work with the bat. She'll be batting alongside Deandra Dottin. Another very experienced campaigner. Hayley Matthews, of course, as a batswoman rather, is ranked number 4 in the world, and she needs another 184 runs to emulate Danny White-Hodge in scoring 3,500 T20 international runs. Dottin, of course, has 3,162 runs of her own. Age 35, very experienced. And there you see Courtney Walsh. Almost hard to recognise him without his mop of hair, but then you've got those distinctive eyes and that face. Certainly looks different wearing glasses. Lauren Bell slipped a little bit in terms of the rankings, down to 7th. Hasn't been at her best in this tournament in terms of taking wickets, so she will have a role to play, and she will be bowling to the West Indies captain, Hayley Matthews. Right arm over the wicket, Another skippy, hoppy run-up. And that's a fine delivery. And England already have a slip in place, so Charlie Dean has decided that she does not want to leak any runs down that third man area. Beautiful. Beautifully straight. A little bit of late swing. Fine seam position. And Matthews was lucky she did not get the nick. Second ball of the over. That is straight to the cover fielder, but a slight misfield means that they run for a single. And so if you were a fast bowler, if you want to bowl to Hayley Matthews, she averages less than 20 with the outswing deliveries. So with the in-swingers, it's 125 plus, but outswingers are things she does not like playing with. Now it's Deandra Dottin to face Lauren Bell. And that goes wide, well wide down the leg side. Large number of these fast bowlers in the tournament have not been able to keep control of their lines so far. And you can see there, Dottin not even needing to really play at that. And that is brilliantly played. But because there's a fielder there at backward, deep backward point, it will only be a single. So it looks as though Charlie Dean has got her field placing spot on so far. Is Dinesh Karthik in the commentary box along with Stacey King and Ebony Rainford Brent. And that's a good delivery as well. Not giving the batswoman any room to play. That will be a dot. So 2 more milestones. Stefanie Taylor, who's of course the West Indies captain when they won the T20 World Championship, needs another 68 runs for 500 runs against England. Fine delivery there from Lauren Bell. Matthews had played at that, was hoping to run for that, but then this time she didn't make the same mistake that Heather Knight did, go too far down. Last ball of the over. Just 3 from it so far. That's another dot ball to end the over. So 3 off the over. And it should have been 187 more runs needed. Now it's 184. That's better. Another omission there. Nobody's perfect, but it is no excuse. Of course, at this particular point, action will have gotten underway in Group B in the Football World Cup, and as expected, it is Lindsay Smith who's come into proceedings. 33 wickets from her 31 games, and she will be bowling left-arm spin from around the wicket to the right-handed Deandra Dottin. That is played all the way down to Alice Capsey at mid-on for a single. Highlights again of Danny White-Hodge's brilliant innings. Starting her innings playing along the ground and then started to hit some lofted drives later on. Needlessly run out, it has to be said, by her former captain, Heather Knight. That's another dot ball to continue proceedings, and England having a good start with the ball so far. And so far, it is goalless between Bosnia and Qatar and Switzerland and Canada. And that is a fine shot played there by Hayley Matthews, but some magnificent fielding there from Danny Gibson, sort of slapping the ball back in and saving 2 runs. Magnificent down at mid-wicket. Top stuff there from the England all-rounder. Lindsay Smith perhaps dropping that a bit too short. Matthews eager to play that sweep, but slapped that back into play before she touched the rope, so that's 2 runs saved. Very well done indeed. Matthews plays that down to Alice Capsey at mid-on for another single. So the West Indies are not going to like this start. They are going to want to start playing, scoring a few boundaries, which is what England did fairly quickly. Of course, England did score 2 boundaries in that first over of theirs, but then lost Amy Jones before that over got over. Hoping to sneak a single there, but Charlie Dean at extra cover saying not today. And that sort of pops up at Deandra Dottin, but it drops short of the point fielder. And another fine over as far as England are concerned. And the West Indies are a little bit under the cosh here. As, of course, mentioned, chasing is not going to be an easy proposition. The West Indies' highest chase was 163, and that was, of course, the second highest chase in T20 World Cup history behind England's very own 164. Lauren Bell back as the attack. And that is defended all the way to mid-wicket there for a dot ball. So England have made the right start in terms of how to bowl and not conceding any needless boundaries. So Hayley Matthews will have to start taking a few risks, knowing where the gaps are, playing towards those gaps. Second delivery. And that's a dreadful wide delivery there. So wide that Matthews didn't even need to go for that. And this is a frustrating thing, though, because every single extra is 1 run, an extra ball that has to be bowled. Brings Hayley Matthews back on strike, of course. Once again, the hop in Lauren Bell's run-up. And that is a fine delivery, a play and a miss there. Run rate of less than 4 so far. Not the start that the West Indies would have necessarily wanted. But once again, you see the seam position of Lauren Bell. When she gets it right, it's absolutely perfect. And the away swinger once again having Matthews in all sorts of trouble. Sophie Eccleston there at, you could say, a short mid-on position, a silly mid-on, you could say, stopping that from going any further. Three dot balls and the wide in between. What more can we expect? Another wide. This is poor from Lauren Bell. She's bowling very nicely, getting the line spot on, getting the outswinger to move. The last thing she wants is to completely lose control of her line. And that is an expansive shot played there by Hayley Matthews, but sadly for her, it only finds the fielder. They do run for two comfortably enough. Freya Kemp there doing some fine work at cover. And then throwing it back to the bottom. And that's another single played off Hayley Matthews. One ball left. Actually, that goes down as a leg by. And so we're seeing once again this very lofted, expansive drive there. Not really having enough back to take it to the boundary, and Freya Kemp able to run across and gather that. Was she hoping for a run out? Last ball. Five runs off the over, and the West Indies are still struggling a bit. Three overs gone, 12 for no loss, exactly 4 and over. But they need 187 from 20 at 9.35. So you've got to think that the run rate has now gone to above 10, the required run rate, as Lindsay Smith comes back into the attack. I think she'll be continuing, rather. So she'll be expected to bowl a little bit fuller, not drop it short. And that is brilliantly played by Hayley Matthews. Obviously, she came down the track and saw the gap on the leg, and she plays that to the square leg boundary for 4. And that relieves some pressure. The West Indies captain saying enough is enough, and there is no protection deep back with square leg, and Hayley Matthews saying that area is mine. So if you bowl too short to me down that area, you're asking for trouble. That is how you want to bowl. Second delivery is a bit fuller, round about the off-stump line, and she was hoping to play a cut, but just couldn't get it. And Janani Narayana pulls that a wide. Not too sure why. It was quite simple, really. Drifts down the leg side. Hayley Matthews completely misses it. And once again, a sweep. Down to square leg. No protection, and yet another boundary. So Lindsay Smith's going to have to change her approach here, because West Indies captain is starting to turn up the heat. Hotter than the Scotch bonnet, as they would say. So what does Lindsay Smith do? She's been smacked for 2 boundaries already. And they're appealing for an edge. Janani Narayanan says no. And so will they review it? Yes, they will. I think Amy Jones is pretty confident that there was a nick, and this would be a huge wicket now if they get it. The West Indies captain. Charlie Dean asking Amy Jones if she did hear a nick. And Karen Cluster will have a job on her hands. No, so it's actually Namali Pereira who's the third umpire, I should say. The original decision, of course, was not out. And we're going to find out if there was any kind of an edge. It did look as though the bat was close to the ball. I mean, she heard a nick. Hayley Matthews is quite adamant that no, she didn't play it. So this could be a wasted review, but Ultra Edge confirms that there is a nick. So there was an edge from Hayley Matthews' bat. Definitely an edge. You can see it. There was a spike on the Ultra Edge. The West Indies captain is going to have to walk back to the pavilion. Decision changed, and she's out. Well, she's pleading her case right now with Alois Sheridan, but not going to be of any avail, I'm afraid. I'm not too sure what she's complaining about, to be honest. But that is a huge wicket. The West Indian captain, Hayley Matthews. An eventful over. She smacked her 2 fours off Lindsay Smith, but then got an edge to the wicketkeeper and is out for 14 off 17. And the West Indies are 21 for 1. And it looks as though the senior batswomen, the likes of Stefani Taylor and Shemaine Campbell and others, will have to do a rescue job here. And as I speak, West Indies wicketkeeper comes in at number 3. Played a fine innings of 90 not out against New Zealand to win while they were chasing, so tailor-made situation for her. And she gets off the mark with a single played all the way down to mid-on. And you can still see there Hayley Matthews remonstrating very loudly with the decision. To be brutally honest, she can't have any complaints. And very nearly another catch there, but this time it's an edge which goes all the way down to third man. It will be stopped by Heather Knight. They run for 2. A very eventful over this. The West Indies ended on 24 for 1 after 4 overs. They still need 163 more runs. Well, apparently, Janani Narayanan there saying that there was a huge gap between bat and ball. But with Ultra Edge showing a spike, Nimali Pereira saying that the spike dictated everything. The West Indies captain is clearly not happy. Lauren Bell bowling her third over. Fair to say that Charlie Dean wants to take advantage of the success that these two have enjoyed so far. There was a properly discernible gap between bat and ball. Then, Matthews does have a bit of a point. And that is very well bowled by Lauren Bell into the block hole. Second delivery. And she's still angry, talking with her coach, Shane Ditz, former Australian first-class cricketer. There she is speaking with the reserve umpire, Karen Cluster. Very nicely bowled again. Not giving the batswoman any room to play, and that's another dot ball. Hayley Matthews is still angry, and she's walking with Karen Cluster into the Lord's main building. And that is brilliantly played there by Shemaine Campbell, and I think that's gone all the way, has it? Yep, a flat-batted 6. Lauren Bell dropping it short slightly. Campbell onto it in a flash. A flat 6. Maybe not necessarily flat, but definitely well hit and hit above the boundary. Another big frustration. You can bowl 5 dot balls in an over. One ball goes for 6. You've just conceded 6 to 0. Comes with the territory, I guess. And no chance of a leg BW shout there, but it's a dot ball as far as England are concerned. They'll be happy with that. Got some news of the some great work being done in Zimbabwe in lieu of Women's Cricket Week. ZCU going to different areas, encouraging young girls to take up the game. Last ball of Lauren Bell's third over. And that is a fine delivery. A swing and a miss. West Indies are 30 for 1 after 5. So they're going along at exactly 6 and over, but the required run rate is still above 10. Well, huge updates from Group B. Bosnia have actually taken a big lead against Qatar. A 2-1 lead, I should say. They were 2-0 up with Adabegovic and an own goal from Sultan Al-Break, putting them 2-0 up. Long-time captain Hassan Al-Haydos pulling one back in the 42nd minute. So Qatar pretty much eliminated at this point. Charlie Dean coming into proceedings. Bosnia, of course, were soundly beaten by Switzerland in their second game. They will need a win to make sure they end up on 4 points with a more favourable goal difference. second best bowler in the world is the England captain, Charlie Dean. And she goes over the wicket to the right-handed Deandra Dottin. And Dottin pierces the field beautifully with that delivery. Right between extra cover and mid-off. And that's 4. And if the West Indies can get more of these boundaries, they are very much in the chase. Second delivery from Charlie Dean. And the same delivery, slightly lofted, but the same result. Well, when the West Indies played Scotland and she had ended up conceding a few runs, she was in tears. Somehow was able to regain her composure. Now she looks imperious, and once again, straight through the field, right between extra cover and mid. Dean goes round the wicket now, and Dottin smacks that over long on for 6. So Deandra Dottin is coming to the party, and this is already an expensive over as far as England are concerned. And I think the West Indies have decided, you know what, we've got to start hitting. This is some brilliant stuff from the experienced Deandra Dottin. Might be time to bring in England's big weapon, Sophie Ecclestone. And that is played all the way to the mid-wicket area. That'll be just a single. The win predictor still, for what it's worth, has England comfortably winning this game, but again, you can never be too careful. With the West Indies having some good batswomen, I should say, you can never really tell. So all of Dean's wickets against the right-handers have been in a good length. But at this point, she can ill afford to drop it short. Two balls left. What does Charlie do? Goes over the wicket to Shemaine Campbell, and she ends up seeing that played down to mid-on for a single, and that brings Deandra Dottin back on strike. Can she have another boundary to finish off the over? Round the wicket once again, and the same result this time, but brilliantly caught by Alice Capsey at long on. I think Deandra Dottin just couldn't resist the temptation to swing hard towards the long on boundary, but she ended up losing her wicket. And so the power play is over, and the West Indies have lost their second wicket with 46 on the board. Once again, hoping to swipe that, but I think she knew when she hit it that she didn't get the distance. She only got the elevation. Alice Capsey there running. Takes it brilliantly. Deandra Dottin out for a breezy 19 off 11, 2 fours and a 6. But the West Indies are now at the end of the power play, 46 for 2. And with 14 overs remaining, they need 141 more runs. So still at slightly over 10 and over. They're going to need a few more boundaries like that. But Stefani Taylor coming in, I think she'll have something to say. Of course, Canada at this particular rate are comfortably through, having thrashed Qatar 6-0 and secured a draw against Bosnia, and it is half-time in both games. Switzerland, of course, having had a draw and a win in their first two. So I think Switzerland will be looking to try and beat Canada to top the group, while Canada might end up finishing second and Bosnia in third. Qatar are heading home. That much is certain. As far as the cricket is concerned, I think, the West Indies started a bit too cautiously. Had the right idea going after the off-spinner Charlie Dean, but then just attempted one big shot too many and ended up losing her wicket, did Deandra Dottin. So that brings Stefani Taylor to the crease, and obviously, as I mentioned, Taylor was the West Indies captain when they won the T20 World Cup back in the day. So she's going to have a role to play in terms of guiding this chase alongside Shemaine Campbell. So England have to calm down. This match is by no means over. And so it is Sophie Ecclestone to start proceedings, of course. Janalia Glasgow is the new batswoman who will be joining. Oh, so it's not Stephanie Taylor, it is Janalia Glasgow. I think her role will probably be to keep the scoreboard ticking so that when Stefani Taylor comes in, she might have an easier job of it. But that delivery from Sophie Ecclestone first up, absolutely brilliant. Goes through the batswoman. Play and miss, and unfortunately for Amy Jones, she couldn't hold on to that, but it doesn't cost England a run. Left arm round the wicket, and a frenzied attempt to play the reverse sweep by Shemaine Campbell, and she does send that to towards third man for two. Heather Knight tidying up a little bit. And it actually is recorded as a leg by, so it isn't off Shemaine Campbell's bat. Amy Jones probably should have done better there behind the wicket. And this is what Sophie Ecclestone is doing very well. Holding a little bit fuller, pitching it on off in the middle, and trying to attack the batswoman rather. Not giving her much room to play her shots. So she has to come down the track and play, just like she does there. And that single goes all the way to mid-wicket, and that'll just be a single, as I've said. Two deliveries to go. What does Sophie Ecclestone do? She goes over the wicket now to the left-handed Glasgow, and that is well fielded off her own bowling. Certainly played along the ground, hoping to send that back beyond the bowler, but Ecclestone gets down brilliantly and fields. Using her wrong hand to retrieve that. Nicely done. Last ball is flicked all the way down to mid-on for a single, and that brings up the West Indies 50 after 7 overs. So England once again doing a fine job of restricting the West Indies batswomen. I'm sure they would like a few more wickets as well. Now Danny Gibson comes into the attack. I think Charlie Dean realises that as well as she bowled in terms of taking a wicket, she was also quite expensive. So the real main aim now, as far as England are concerned, will be to tie the batswomen down, not give them too many easy runs. It looks like Gibson will be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Glasgow. So she's going to have to get her line spot on. And when you pitch it on middle and leg, you are going to go for runs. And they were thinking of going for two, but thankfully, as far as England are concerned, Lindsay Smith came running in from deep mid-wicket and said, no, you're not getting more than one for that. So the run rate is just above 7 and over, but they need to really start accelerating, and they're not going to get an LBW shout bowling that way. And is that going to be a leg by, or will that be runs off the bat? Looks like it's a run off the bat. And so Glasgow back on strike. Left-hander. Danny Gibson over the wicket. And that is well hit, but well fielded. But they still run for a single. It just goes to show that when it comes to chasing, you've also got to be determined to start running when the situation demands. And that is brilliantly played by Shemaine Campbell, splitting the field there between point and what might very well be a short third man, and that goes all the way to third man for a 4. So this is what you get with Shemaine Campbell. You can see there Danny Gibson trying to get the slower ball, but it sort of sat up for her and she guided it down perfectly. And Gibson isn't happy. And that's played all the way down to fine leg, and Heather Knight, despite her best efforts, cannot stop that from going to the boundary. So it looks as though Shemaine Campbell has taken the responsibility of not only keeping the scoreboard ticking, but also getting the run rate higher. And Danny Gibson there just straying offline, and Campbell seeing that perfectly. Smacking that all the way to the backward square leg boundary, and Heather Knight cannot stop that. Last ball of the over. And they should get a single here, but they might decide to run for 2 instead. Nope. Glasgow is sent back, and she gets back just in time. So after 8 overs, the West Indies are now 62 for 2. Still needing 125 more runs. Could that be Sophie Eckerson coming back into the attack? Yes, it is. 2 runs off her first over, very well bowled. And now she's got a challenge bowling to a batswoman, Shemaine Campbell, who's starting to get into the groove. And that first ball was played all the way down to long on for a single. And looking for an overthrow, but Shemaine says no need. And the current run rate is, of course, 7.71, which isn't too bad. But when you're chasing over 180, you will need to up the ante. Eccleston over the wicket now to Janely Glasgow, and that is played all the way down to long on. That will just be a single. So Eccleston's going to have a role to play. Very tall bowler, certainly brings the ball down from a big height. And so she'll be expected to bowl a little bit fuller, attack the off-stump line. And she provides the breakthrough. I said it. I did say that she could have a big role to play, and she does have a role to play. And Shemaine Campbell, after playing so well to get to 20, loses her stumps and is not happy. Beautifully bowled, you've got to say. Completely going for the sweep, but completely missing it. That goes on to hit the stumps. You miss, I hit. So the West Indies are now in a spot of bother. .64 for 3 with 11.3 overs remaining. Eccleston doing what her captain asked her to do and doing it magnificently. Once again, Taylor's being held back. It's Jazara Claxton who's come in. The informs Shemaine Campbell was looking to really do well, but then she gets out to a shot like that. And we got Watchalong in the building. Hello to you, brother. Well, I know you're cheering for the West Indies, but they're in a spot of bother right now, brother. 64 for 3, and they need to score at more than 10 and over. And Shemaine Campbell just got out to an absolute beauty of a delivery from Sophie Eccleston. Listen, I don't know you enjoyed cricket. If you really enjoy cricket, I mean, I know you're probably doing some coverage of the World Cup right now, but if you ever want to talk about cricket, do let me know, and I'll get you on one of these shows one time. Yeah? And, of course, 50 there for Danny White-Hodge early in the innings. So 2 dot balls there from Eccleston. Last delivery. And they run for a single. Anything could still happen, but at the moment, England are firmly in the driving seat. 9 overs gone. 65 for 3. And they still need another 122 runs off 11 overs. So the run rate has now actually increased to 11 required. The last few balls have seen them score 20 runs, but they've lost 2 wickets in the process. Last 20 balls, 20 runs by 2 wickets. And so Lindsay Smith comes back into the attack with one left-arm spinner, in with another. And she goes over the wicket to the left-handed Jazara Claxton. Janely Glasgow is also left-handed, and a poor piece of fielding sees them run for a single. That's just poor. Poor fielding. Freya Kemp there, just letting the ball bounce off her, and the batswoman saying, "We'll run for a single, thank you very much." Second delivery. Glasgow plays that back to the bowler. And so I'm not too sure what the wisdom is in keeping Stephanie Taylor for so late, because the more dot balls that England bowl, the higher the run rate gets. And Glasgow plays a single there all the way to mid-wicket, and they decide against going for a cheeky second this time. Best economy, of course, Eccleston's right up there with 5.5, just behind Street Chudley and the Australian captain, Sophie Molyneux. Two deliveries to go. And that is wide down the leg side, played towards square leg, but well fielded by Sophia Dunkley. I think Charlie Dean kept her on that side for a reason. Yeah, Molyneux is, of course, up top there with 4.5. Street Chudley second. And could potentially have been a caught and bowled there, but in the end, the West Indies run for a single. And I think Lindsay Smith's a bit frustrated there. But what's an even bigger cause of frustration is that the West Indies at this halfway stage are now 69 for 3. And they still need another 116 runs. They aren't even scoring at 7 and over. So Smith's already bowled 3 overs and conceded 20, but those 4 singles are going to prove quite priceless as far as England are concerned. I stand corrected. They need 118, not 116. I got my sums wrong there. So it's creeping up to 12 and over. And that's the frustrating thing. And we're going to take a look back at this chance off the last delivery. And yeah, I think you've got to put that down as a chance, but she just couldn't get back in time. Charlie Dean now, over the wicket, around the wicket rather, to the left-handed Glasgow, and she bowls her. All ends up. Well, the skipper coming in and doing some damage. Just as well, because it has to be said that neither of the batswomen were looking really comfortable, and all she succeeded in doing was playing that onto her stumps. Charlie Dean coming round the wicket to the left-hander and getting her just reward. Curtly Ambrose looking on. He is not a happy chappy. And crucially, of course, with that particular delivery, it now means that the required run rate for the West Indies, has now gone to exactly 12 and over. 118 off 59. And once again, there's no sign of Stephanie Taylor. It is Chanel Henry who comes in at number 6. I wonder if the former West Indies captain is nursing an injury. And so with a right-handed batswoman, Dean is now going to have to come back over the wicket, I would think. Chanel Henry has 602 runs to her credit. And of course, Charlie Dean, crucially, is on a hat-trick, having, of course, taken the wicket from the last ball of her previous over. Deandra Dottin, caught at long on by Alice Capsey. Hat-trick ball, and they go through for a single after Henry plays that down to what could either be the slip or the short third man field. No real chance of a run out there. Excellent throw onto the stumps by Danny White-Hodge. Underhanded, but the batswoman was home safely. Dean going back round the wicket to the left-handed Claxton. And already you can see the pressure starting to ramp up a bit. A wicket, a single, and a dot ball already. Going for the reverse sweep, but completely missing it is Claxton. Fortunately, it doesn't go onto the stumps. So England are now turning the screw. I think Janlia Glasgow didn't really look too comfortable out there, and we're just seeing a replay of that wicket. And that was a poor delivery from Dean, and that will be called a wide, as it should. Glasgow out for just 6 from 9. Fine delivery. And that finds the backward point fielder. So 1 delivery to go in this 11th over. Still no sign of Stefanie Taylor. Is she carrying an injury? Brilliant stuff from Charlie Dean to end it. Claxton hoping to back away, but completely playing and missing at it. 2 off the over. And the West Indies are in all sorts of trouble. 54 balls remaining. They need another 116 runs. Any updates from the football? I think they might have restarted. Yeah, another update. Switzerland have taken a 1-0 lead over Canada. Ruben Vargas with Switzerland's opening goal not long after the resumption of the game. So Switzerland, as it stands, could end up topping the group. And Taylor is scheduled to bat at number 7. I wonder if it will be too late. Lauren Kemp now, left arm seam over the wicket to the right-handed Henry. And she is dissuaded from going for a single by some brilliant fielding point. And this is an interesting challenge because, very interesting, because Kemp has a very happy knack of picking up wickets. But bowling left arm over the wicket to a right-hander, you've got to get your line spot on. And that is not the way to do it. You pitch on middle and leg. You're basically telling her, sweep me for 4 down to fine leg. And Chanel Henry says, thank you very much indeed, Frank. That fine leg region, or that region between fine leg and deep backward square leg, has no protection at all. Get your line right, Freya, and that's the way to do it. Does go for a single, played down to extra cover, but England won't mind that as long as they don't concede too many heavy boundaries. Still over the wicket, this time to the left-handed Jazara Claxton, who plays that all the way to deep cover, I would say, for a single. And so at least with a left-hand, right-hand back combination, the bowler will have to either keep changing her line or just make sure she gets the line spot on. And that is a fine line to bowl, a slower ball. I think that deserved They certainly didn't deserve an extra run there, but they ran it very well indeed. So Chanel Henry still keeping the West Indies very much in. I'm not too sure that's going to be a run out. Have they gone to the third umpire? I think she's safe. She's safe. Of course, had her bat been in the air, there would have been a problem. In any case, I'm pretty sure the benefit of doubt will go to the batswoman, I should say. So, decision pending, not out. Very well run by the West Indies, so that's a comfortable 2 in the end. But they're still stuck on 79 for 4, so they have to start hitting. What can Chanel Henry do on Freya Kemp's last ball? And well, that's a fine delivery there. That's the line you want to bowl. And that will end up being a dot ball to end proceedings. 8 off the over. And with 48 balls remaining, West Indies need 108. $18 off every 8, 9 off every 4. $13.5 and over. Charlie Dean, round wicket to the left, handed Claxton, appealing for an LBW, but Lois Sheridan says no. And was that possibly just going down leg? Captain and wicketkeeper in discussion. What's their decision? I think she's asked for a review. Once again, Charlie Dean seems to enjoy bowling to the left-handers, and might want to be careful for what you wish, because if Claxton goes out, Stefani Taylor has to come in. Now, on first glance, it does look as though it was going on to hit the wicket. It does smack the batswoman on the knee roll. Of course, if it were to hit the bat or the glove, it would save her, but I think the replays will show there was a gap there between bat and ball and glove and ball. But then where it pitches is also going to be key, because again, you bowl to you got to make, you cannot pitch it wide of leg stump. That's not going to get you anywhere. It's got to be right in the line and going on. Now, if England lose this review, it might not be the worst thing in the world, because it will keep the uncomfortable Claxton on strike. And as you can see, it's pitching outside leg. It might have gone on to hit the wicket, but because it pitched outside leg, the review is lost. So the review is wasted. So the only question is that going to be a bad thing or a good thing? And I'll tell you what, I probably wouldn't have reviewed that. I'd want to keep Stephanie Taylor. Well, I mean, there might be some talk about that being an LBW, but I think maybe Claxton got some bat onto that. So, as Bill Lawry famously said, it's all happening out there at Lord's Cricket Ground. Confirmation, of course, that if the West Indies were to pull this off, it would be the biggest chase in T20 World Cup history. Their own highest chase was 163 achieved in this tournament against New Zealand, still one short of 164 achieved by England when they won the tournament back in 2009. So 3 dot balls off this over so far. Claxton not looking very comfortable. And that has to be called a wide or a no ball, maybe even both. And that will probably go down to the boundary for 4. And the worst part is it could also be a free hit. So Charlie with a freebie. Four buys, and that has to be a no ball as well. Showing a joke there with Louise Sheridan, but I can tell you right now that after bowling so well, to concede 4 runs like that and potentially a no ball, that is no laughing matter. I think the West Indies are obviously going to review the decision whether or not it will be a no ball. And if it is a no ball, it'll be a free hit. Yep, that is definitely a no ball. And that will be a free hit. Awful stuff there from the England captain, it has to be said. So can Josiah Claxton take advantage of this? All she succeeds in doing is playing that down to long on for a single. And that's the frustration. You bowl so well for 3 deliveries, 3 dot balls, but then you give away some disgusting freebies like that. Of course, with 7 overs to go, it still means that Stefani Taylor will not be batting as of yet unless either of them get out. And that is a fine delivery to Chanel Henry, keeping her honest. Certainly a very strong lady, and she can be trusted to give the ball a good whack if she can. Last ball of Charlie Dean's 3rd over. And that is played all the way down to mid-off. And do they opt for a single? No. Sophia Dunkley backing up her fielder. So, 7 off the over. 5 of them coming off 1 delivery. The West Indies are 86 for 4. But with 42 balls remaining, they still need over 100 runs. What is 101 divided by 7? Approximately 14 and over. You've got to say that this has been a very professional and calculated bowling performance by England, and the fielding has been, for the most part, spot on. But the batting has looked, as far as the West Indies are concerned, quite fitful. Danny Gibson back into the attack. She went for 12 off her first over, and she sort of has an across-seam motion, hoping to bowl a bumper. And Chanel Henry plays that first ball all the way down to extra cover for a single. A lot of people on the stands with George's crosses painted on their faces, a wonderful sight to see. Over the wicket to the left-handed Claxton, and she plays and misses. Claxton is not looking comfortable. 5 off 17, she's struggling out there. And that is another fine delivery, that, from Danny Gibson. Still over the wicket to the left-hander, but she's got the line spot on. Sort of coming into the batswoman there. Hoping to have a big swing at that, but once again playing and missing. Fourth delivery of the over. And hoping to try the paddle sweep or the paddle scoop above the wicketkeeper for 4, but completely missing it. As things stand, of course, England and the West Indies already top of the table, but England's net run rate is so far superior. And you can see there, premeditated, but just completely missing it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. And this time she has a sweep, but she skies it in the air. There should be a fielder under it, but Lindsay Smith doesn't get there. And they run for 2. This is fine bowling once again by Danny Gibson. And I think Jazara Claxton was half expecting that to be caught, but Lindsay Smith came running in and just couldn't get her hands underneath that. Last ball of the over. But this time it's high up in the air. And now Amy Jones drops that. So 2 drops in succession of the same batswoman. And Jazara Claxton has looked absolutely uncomfortable throughout this innings and certainly in this over. But she's now been given 2 lives. Amy Jones, how could you miss that? Have you seen the flight, Miss Jones? A little Beatles reference there for you. So 90 for 4. The West Indies need another 97 runs off 36 balls. 97 divided by 6 is just over 16 runs and up. And even if Stephanie Taylor were to come in, I don't even think she could save the situation. And when Deandra Dottin and Shemaine Campbell got out, you just had a feeling that it was going to be England's day. And with Glasgow and Claxton and Henry now not quite being able to really trouble the fielders, you just have to say that it's been England's day. The West Indies have not been in this contest. Already preparing some banners. I know it looks like I'm jumping the gun, but we're into the last 6 overs now. And the West Indies need over 96 runs to win, 16 and over. And the 2 batswomen over there, you just think there's no way they can do this. And Sophie Eccleston comes back into the attack. It could very well be that one of these players will probably have to sacrifice herself to get Stephanie Taylor in. And maybe subconsciously, that was what Jazara Claxton was trying to do. She's now back on strike and she faces the left-arm spinner Sophie Eccleston. bowling over the wicket. And that is a fine sweep shot there, but that goes straight to the deep backward square leg fielder for a single. And this fifth wicket partnership, 22 off 26, it is not what the West Indies ordered. Back round the wicket now to the right-handed Chanel Henry, and Eccleston puts down a very tough caught and bowled chance. You can see here Eccleston weaving her magic, and that was just rising and came at her at such speed that I don't think she would have been able to get that. Back over the wicket to the left-handed Claxton, and she finds the long off-fielder for another single. Sophie Eccleston getting back to the form which saw her ranked as the best spinner in the world. 3 dot balls off this over so far, and Henry sort of plays that. I'm not too sure she got some bat on that. We'll find out sooner rather than later. And yes, she did in fact get some bat on. Replay of that catch. It was always rising, really. Eccleston wasn't going to get that. So, of course, the West Indies having beaten England in the fine delivery of that from Eccleston. Claxton hoping to play that on the leg, holding over the wicket, but only succeeding in playing that on to her shoe, and that's a dot ball. And then that shot was played all the way to the point fielder, so 4 singles off the over leaves the West Indies in all sorts of trouble. 94 for 4 with 30 remaining. They still need another 93 from 30 deliveries. And you've got to say now, with the run rate now at 18.5 and over. 15.5, I should say. 15.5 and over. It is all over. Father shout. Freya Kemp. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Chanel Henry. Henry plays that down to mid-wicket. Do they run for 2? Yes, they do. And sincerely, thank you. Singles and 2s are not going to do it. They need boundaries. 15 and over. Even 2s off every ball are not going to do it. You just know that England might end up snagging another wicket or 2. And that is played high. Does that have the distance? Just. Goes for 4. Bounces just before the rope. And that brings up the West Indies 100 in the 16th over. So it could very well be that Chanel Henry might decide to wield a long handle. Played that wonderfully straight, using all her strength. And no fielder was going to get that. My biggest fear was that she probably hit that a bit too high, but she got the distance correct. But that's a fine delivery to recover. Pitching on middle, moving towards off. And Henry not able to get that. But that is a huge hit. And on almost any other ground, that would have gone for 6. Right in the slot. And Chanel Henry was not going to refuse that. And that is played down to point for a single. And there's an overthrow. And this is needless as far as England are concerned. You do not want to give them any kind of route back into the game. Yep, definitely a mountain to climb. They're going to need more than singles and the occasional boundary. They will need about 3 boundaries and over, at the very least, to even get close. 2 balls left. And that is a fine delivery, but once again, Henry is able to guide that back towards mid-on for a single. Partnership now gets to 34 off 36. It's more of a stabilizing partnership than a partnership that can really take a team to victory. And you just get the feeling that Stefani Taylor still not able to really come out and bat. That the West Indies have this in the bag. I mean, England have this in the bag. 9 off the over. 103 for 4. 24 balls remaining. They need 84 more runs. The run rate has now increased to 21 and over. And I'm not too sure that the West Indies will get close. I mean, they probably might end up getting to within about maybe 50 runs of the target. And if they lose this game this way, then their last game against Ireland, I think, will be very, very crucial. Definitely a must-win. So Sophie Eccleston, 1 for 9 off her 3 overs. She's bowled magnificent. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Henry. And Henry tips that. And a fine throw that from Sophie Eccleston, but the batswomen were long since comfortably safe, and both Henry and Eccleston share a laugh there. Fine piece of fielding that. But that was some good running there. Back over the wicket now to the left-handed Claxton, and that's going to be called a wide. Again, England have to be careful. They do not want to concede needless extras. Of course, I know that with a required run rate of over 20, it might sound frivolous, but again, you do want to make sure that you get everything spot on. And that is tipped all the way down to mid-on by Desiree Claxton. That'll be another single. Sophie Eccleston now round the wicket back again. And that is very well played. A fine, hard shot there, but the extra cover fielder saw that. Heather Knight doing a very tidy job indeed. And Henry decides to go big, but does she find the fielder? Nope, it drops just short of Alice Capsey, but they do get 2. But once again, only 5 off the over. That is not what they wanted. That'll certainly help out. Brilliant cut shot there, splitting the point and cover fielder, and that will go to the boundary. You just get the feeling, with the required run rate creeping up to nearly 25 and over, it has to be too little and far too late. And this time it is launched high. I think this might go the distance. Nope. It's another drop, and it goes to the boundary. So that really spoils Eccleston's figures in a way. She's bowled magnificently. 13 off that over. Not the best ball, though. It was a bit too short. I think it was Danny Gibson who was trying to catch that, and she just let it slip through her hands, and it goes to the boundary. So 116 for 4 with 3 overs to go. It still needs 71 more runs. The run rate is now nearly 24 and over. Charlie Dean will bowl her final over. Round the wicket to the left-handed Claxton. And that is an edge which should go all the way down to the third-man boundary. I think the West Indies would love to have more of those. And that's the thing, like, see, Ireland and Scotland are eliminated. And I just don't think Ireland really have the composure to be able to get an upset against these big nations. Second ball is played by Claxton all the way to point. That'll be a dot ball. And England's fielding, once again, letting them down at what would normally be a crucial time under circumstances. I think the fact that they scored as many runs as they did and bowled so well in the beginning, I think that's pretty much put the skids on the West Indies, really. But if you're in the semi-finals, let me tell you right now, those catches are going to be, those dropped catches are going to be so crucial. You will look back on them and think, wow. Now Dean goes round the wicket to Chanel Henry. And Henry plays that beautifully all the way down to the long off boundary, but the fielder running across there does brilliantly. I think that's Alice Capsey there with the fielding. The partnership has already gone to 53 or 48. An important partnership in terms of consolidation, but in terms of acceleration and getting to the total, it has not been what they needed. And you obviously, well, I keep saying that, and then Claxton plays a fine cut shot like that all the way to the point boundary. So England are starting to leak runs. Has it come too late, though? Dean going round the wicket, just a bit too short. Claxton coming down the track, playing that quite nice. Last ball of Charlie Dean's innings. And she wasn't going to appeal for an LBW there. I think she knew that the ball was going down leg side and she didn't want to waste another review. So, 10 runs off the over. The West Indies are 126 for 4. With 12 balls remaining, they need 61 runs. 5 runs a ball. I think it's all over bar shouting. The only question is what's going to be England's margin of victory in terms of runs. And of course, coming up tomorrow, it'll be India against Bangladesh at 2:30 local time. And at 6:30 local time, it will be South Africa against the Netherlands. So that will, of course, be an interesting couple of games, which will go some way to determining what will happen in Group A. Lauren Bell coming back into the attack. She's bowled decently well. Not quite had the rewards she wanted, but 13 off 3, very economical. Wonder if Chanel Henry will try to take her downtown, though. Over the wicket. And she slaps that once again all the way to the deep extra cover fielder. That'll just be a single. 60 off 11. A 6 off every ball will get them there. But no. No chance. I think this has been a very professional, very calculated bowling and fielding display by England. And they thoroughly deserve this win. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Claxton, who cuts that once again all the way to point, but this time Danny Gibson is there to clean it up. Over the wicket now, and that's a dreadful delivery. Already called a wide. I think she's going to be lucky if that's not called a no ball. Slower ball this time, and Henry isn't able to really get onto that. He could have gone for 4, but Danny Gibson once again outstanding. Saving 2 runs easy. And so you can see that the approach from the England bowlers is to effectively just stifle West Indies for runs and not give them any easy freebies. And that is slapped all the way down to mere long off. That'll be another single. Charlie Dean there, the captain, tidying everything up. Another slower delivery, and Claxton hoping to try to play that, but all she succeeds in doing is finding the point fielder, Lindsay Smith. And finally, the West Indies lose another wicket. And with 7 balls remaining, you've got to say that it really is all over. Claxton obviously trying to prepare to play her favourite cut shot, but caught in 2 minds with the slower ball. Bell gets her first wicket. Claxton goes for 21 off 34. A laboured innings, it has to be said. And at 132 for 5 with 7 balls remaining, needing another 55 more runs. It is all over. And now Elaine has come out. I think it's safe to assume that Stefanie Taylor has been struggling with an injury. She probably got injured in the field and was replaced by a substitute fielder, Mandy Mangru. And is in no position to bat. So it's rather sad, really, but kind of is what it is. Right-handed Aliyah Elaine facing the last ball of Lauren Bell's innings. And she slaps that all the way down to deep extra cover for a single, which means that she will retain the strike for the final over. "54 runs, 6 balls, 9 runs off every ball." They could even send a part-timer to do this over as long as she doesn't bowl any no-balls. And it is, in fact, Lindsay Smith, who's not a part-timer by any means. She will complete the innings, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Aliyah Elaine. Elaine plays that down to square leg for a single. So the West Indies have lost fewer wickets, but the most important thing is that they have not gotten the runs they need. And Henry smites that magnificently for a huge 6. The West Indies are prepared to go down swinging. This is sweet revenge for England, having lost to the West Indies in the last tournament in the UAE, which sent them crashing out before the semi-finals. The West Indies ended up going through to the the semi-finals at England's expense. They, however, lost in the semi-finals to the eventual champions, New Zealand. And Henry once again smiting that down to long on. And this time Alice Capsey is able to tidy up, hoping to get 2, and they get it comfortably. Could very well be that they're hoping to get 150. And with Chanel Henry at the crease, that is a distinct possibility. West Indies run rate is 0.64 compared to England's 2.49. And these will change. Those will change depending on the result. And that is smacked back at Lindsay Smith quite hard, and she definitely felt it. And it is a dot ball. Chanel Henry is now 5 runs away from what would be, and that has to go down definitely as another caught and bowled opportunity. But again, it was smacked. If she gets this 6, that could be her 50. And it is. 50 in a losing cause. Half-hearted raise of the bat. Maybe, just maybe, the West Indies will get to 150. 2 sixes off the over. 15 runs. And you've just got to ask the question, where has this been all this time? Powerful shot there. And that is played back to the bowler, and that is it. The West Indies finish with 148 for 5. With no balls remaining. They needed 39 more runs, but they weren't going to get there. England win this match convincingly and deservedly by 38 runs. And with this win, they qualify for the semi-finals and are now in pole position to top Group B. And you would expect that they would handily beat New Zealand in their final game. So it will probably be between the West Indies and Sri Lanka for that final semi-final berth, although you will think that the West Indies should seal their spot in the semi-finals with a win over Ireland. But if, heaven forbid, they lose to Ireland and their net run rate takes an even further fall, Sri Lanka could be in with a shout of reaching the semi-finals. But I think we have to assume that, it will be England and the West Indies who go on to play. And we're going to find out later on who the player of the match is. So many candidates for the player of the match, of course. And obviously that fine innings from Chanel Henry has, you could say it could have helped. Yeah, the final table, as it stands, means that the West Indies have a run rate of 0.01. So definitely useful runs in the process. And so if the West Indies win their last game, they should go through to the semi-finals, along with England. And you've just got to give England credit. Charlie Dean and the ladies put up a fine display. You see Natsuki Brunt there, wearing some protective sort of sleeve around her calf. Will she be fit to play the final game against New Zealand? If she comes back into the side as she is expected to do, you've got to expect that one batswoman will make way. The only question is, who will it be? And just one look at the West Indies scoreboard will tell you everything. Apart from Chanel Henry, only Claxton and Campbell getting to 20. Matthews and Dotton started really well, but couldn't really go on. Matthews, of course, will definitely feel very hard done by with the manner of her dismissal. And the England bowlers, to a team, all quite economical. The most expensive was probably Lindsay Smith, and that was because she was taken to the cleaners in her final over. Apart from that, they did their job very well indeed. Charlie Dean with 2 for 31, 12 dot balls. Sophie Eccleston, very economical herself. Bell also quite economical in the final analysis. But it was really the batswomen that stole the show, and it could very well be that Danny White-Hodge ends up being the player of the match, and we will confirm that very soon. But a fine day for England. Sweet revenge for the UAE. They're now through to the semi-finals. And whenever they've hosted a limited overs tournament, they've always won it. Almost sounding a bit like Ange Postecoglou there. Top performers, of course, Chanel Henry with 51 not out, Charlie Dean 2 for 31, and Sophie Eccleston with 1 for 22. Eccleston in particular was quite outstanding with the variety with which she bowled and how she was able to tie the batswomen down. Charlie Dean, she did well, but there was one particular delivery which I didn't like, an absolutely ugly delivery which went for 4 bars and was also deemed a no ball. It could very well be that Danny White-Hodge ends up player of the match, and she does. And we're going to find out what she has to say very soon. So that was Danny White-Hodge talking to Ian Bishop, basically saying that with the heat, it made things quite a bit difficult. It was very difficult to, at times, maintain that level of energy. And maybe it's fair to say that her run-out was a consequence of some slightly flagging energy. But I think Helen Knight would be honest with herself and say, you know what, Danny, that was my fault. I never should have run you out like that. I never should have done you dirty. You deserve another century. And sadly, I couldn't help you do that. And of course, as I've said, the consequence of this win is that England qualified for the semis and are now with a net run rate of 2.34 in pole position to top Group B. The West Indies are on 6 points, have a net run rate of 0.01, so it's just barely positive, and that will be a source of comfort to them, which means that they cannot afford to lose their final game to Ireland under any circumstances. And if Sri Lanka do manage to win their final 2 games, and they will put themselves in with a slight chance of getting to the semi-finals, stranger things have happened. New Zealand, I think it's safe to say that they started the tournament very poorly, very poor strategy, some very muddled thinking. And yes, they've come up with 2 wins against Scotland, Ireland and Scotland. But you have to say against this England team, this rampant England team, they've got no chance. I'm still looking forward to England and the West Indies qualifying for the semis. Chanel Henry there getting the plaudits and congratulations from England's fielders. I think it's fair to say that her fine innings made sure that the West Indies do not have a negative run rate to have to deal with, at least not yet. Danny White-Hodge, of course, player of the match. And Thank you very much indeed for joining in. And listen, I'm not done yet because we are going to hear from the captains, of course, and then we will wrap it up. That is the way we normally do it. But if you had to leave, I want to say thank you for joining in and staying involved until the end. Of course, let me just give you a little recap of what's happened. Continuing coverage of the T20 Cricket World Cup, England versus the West Indies, live from Lord's Cricket Ground in London. Both teams were unbeaten, and the winner of this game would in fact have qualified for the semi-finals, potentially topping Group B, and that's exactly what England did. West Indies won the toss. They chose to field. And both teams, of course, unchanged from their previous games. England batting first, scored 186 for 7 after 20 overs, with Danny White-Hodge top scoring with a fine innings of 65. Former skipper Heather Knight contributing with 43, although she was culpable in running White-Hodge out and herself out later. And it was an imposing total brought about by some pretty risky, but at the same time courageous hitting, especially in the middle overs, and it ensured that England would always set a pretty big target. And so the West Indies needed to score their runs quite rapidly, but didn't have the best of starts. Losing Hayley Matthews to what was a contentious decision hurt them a bit. And then, of course, Deandra Dottin and Shemaine Campbell tried their best to set a platform, but they weren't really able to get going. And of course, with Claxton and Glasgow at the crease, they just couldn't get going either. There was still no sign of Stefanie Taylor. It could very well be that she got herself injured and couldn't come out to bat, whatever the situation was. And so all they succeeded in doing was scoring 148 for 5 in those 20 overs, falling short by 38 runs, despite a fine innings of 51 by Chanel Henry of 29 balls. And those runs, of course, ensured that the West Indies ended up with a slightly positive net run rate, which could prove crucial in the scheme of things. And so England qualified for the semi-finals, 4 wins out of 4, and they should be able to top Group B. And Danny White, with her fine innings of 65 or 42, at a strike rate of above 150, was rightly adjudged player of the match. So we will, of course, hear from the captains, and once we do that, we will start wrapping things up. And here she is now, about to speak to Ian Bishop. Okay, so basically the West Indies captain, was sort of honest when she said that she made a mistake in hindsight opting to field first, because her bowlers basically ended up, as well as they bowled, they sort of lost their lines early on and allowed England to score some pretty needless runs, especially down, the third man fine leg areas, and they certainly ended up, conceding more than they would have liked. Although England probably would be feeling as though they could have gotten to 200 themselves, they were satisfied with a 180. And then as far as Matthews' dismissal was concerned, she was adamant, basically, that she didn't edge that ball, and it did show that there was a gap between bat and pad, but at the same time there was a bit of a reading on the ultra edge, which determined that she had edged it. So the third umpire's decision ended up overruling the field umpire's decision, and she was given out, and she was not happy about it. She believed in that case the umpire's decision had to be final, but she had to accept the decision and couldn't use that as an excuse, really. And as far as Tiffany Taylor was concerned, the poor lady was having some sickness. She had some problems breathing, had to leave the field in the first innings. And it must be said now that her continued participation in this tournament might very well be at risk if this proves to be the case. Because, if her health is really giving her this much trouble, then it really isn't worth continuing. And, of course, the West Indies will still need to win their last game. And Hayley has said that she wants them to make sure that they get it right over in Bristol, where they play. I think they'll play Ireland. And just make sure they do what they need to do, and their destiny is still, for what it's worth, in their own hands. And as far as Charlie Dean is concerned, happy with the batting performance in the heat, the way England applied themselves well. And although there were a few disappointments in the form of some drop catches during the game, and maybe a few issues with the running between the wickets at times, obviously, they're going to have a chat about that and try to work a bit harder. But the bowling was absolutely disciplined, and, they just never really had any kind of a sniff. And when it became apparent that Tiffany Taylor wasn't going to bat, it was crystal clear that the match was really only going to head one way. I think in hindsight as well, she would have wanted to just restrict the West Indies to a much smaller total to make the net run rate even more difficult for them. But in the end, you've got to give credit to Chanel Henry for a fine innings under pressure. And you also have to wonder, where was this batting when the West Indies really needed it? But all in all, a satisfying day for England, earning some revenge, of course, for 2 years ago when they lost to the West Indies in the UAE and crashed out of the tournament. They've now ensured that they will qualify for the semi-finals, and they should be expected to top Group B. And they should be expected to beat a New Zealand team that, quite frankly, have looked out of sorts this tournament. I think they were given a gift by Ireland in their third game, and Scotland obviously couldn't capitalise on whatever opportunities they had. But New Zealand coming up against a firepower England team, an absolutely red-hot England team, and I just think New Zealand's chances are really, 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 they're just non-existent. They're completely over. So it should be England and the West Indies going through. Group A is a different story, of course, with, Australia, India, and South Africa in a huge battle to determine which two will make the semi-finals. And there is going to be a great deal of jeopardy there. I'm just sort of going to very briefly show you the Group A as it is. Just add to the stage. And here we are. This is, of course, Group A. 3 teams in that block on 4. Pakistan and the Netherlands already eliminated. India women have the far better run rate, but have a crunch game against Australia, which could end up seeing them exit the tournament on a technicality. South Africa women's net run rate is in the negative, but you would think that against the Netherlands and Bangladesh, they will fill their boots. Bangladesh have done brilliantly in beating the Netherlands and also beating Pakistan, but they've got to play India and South Africa, so you've got to think that that'll be their tournament open. So India are going to have to make sure they beat Bangladesh very handily to give themselves a fine net run rate cushion, so that even if they do lose to Australia, the net run rate won't affect them that much. As far as South Africa are concerned, they're going to have to make sure they really, really go all out, all guns blazing, in order to make the semis. So Group one, I should say, stands to be quite exciting. Definitely in for a grandstand finish. Australia only have one game left to play, but they've been absolutely magnificent so far. They've already qualified. Jobs are good. And so at this particular juncture, of course, best wishes to Stefanie Taylor. And of course, Nat Skipper-Brunt is, of course, continuing to train. She is back in the nets, as Charlie Dean said. If and when she does manage to get back into the side, there will be some interesting permutations as to what will happen with regard to the team for New Zealand. And I am going to just give you some final updates from the World Cup. Switzerland have beaten Canada 2-1 with Vargas and Manzambi scoring what proved to be the winning goals. David, not Jonathan David, but the other David, hit back with a consolation. But as things stand, in Group B, it is Switzerland who top the group, with Canada finishing in second and Bosnia finishing in third by virtue of goal difference. Bosnia, of course, beating Qatar 3-1. Alabejovic and Mamic sandwiching a Mahmoud Abunada own goal. A mixed tournament, really, for the Qatar goalkeeper. Hassan Al-Haydos with the Qatar goal in the first half. But Bosnia needed one more goal to... even if they would have gotten that goal, it probably wouldn't have made any difference because Switzerland had a better head-to-head record than them. So Bosnia finish in third, and with 4 points, they will be expected, of course, to go straight through to the round of 32. And, of course, coming up, we have Morocco versus Haiti. Morocco should be expected to win that. Scotland against Brazil. If Scotland secure a draw, they will definitely go through in third as a third place team. Brazil will end up finishing in second. And then, of course, later on, we've got the Group A action to be concluded, which will consist of the Czech Republic playing against Mexico. Guillermo Ochoa expected to play his final game before he announces his retirement. Raul Rangel is more or less established as Mexico's first choice goalkeeper. The Czech Republic are in all sorts of trouble, having lost to South Korea and only drawn against South Africa. And so they will need a win. I don't know if they're going to get it, though. And South Africa against South Korea. South Korea have a win and a loss. Win against South Africa will see them also qualify as group runners-up. South Africa will be hoping for a win against all odds, but if they do manage to win, they will end up possibly qualifying in either second or third. So this could be interesting. But back to the cricket. As I've said before, England qualified for the semi-finals in pole position to top Group B, having beaten the West Indies very convincingly by 38. So once again, I want to thank you all for your time. Thanks to those of you who've been in the comments. Lily Angel, of course, you've been wonderful. Hughes, and of course, a cameo appearance from Waffledon. So hopefully next time we will bring you some amazing action, of course, from the tournament. But once again, I want to say thank you for joining. And until we meet again, let me just say take care of yourselves. God bless. Be happy. Be safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And goodbye. Cheers.